So good morning to everybody. Thank you for being back and on time. I hope that you had a good rest last night after the intense day and long day that we had yesterday. Longer for the task force that had to meet after our board meeting, but I hope that all of you had the opportunity to sleep after the discussions that we had and be prepared for another round of very good discussions. What we have in our agenda for today is continuing the discussion around the workstream 1 proposals, now getting a little bit more into the details of the proposals and the drafting proposals, and by the end of the day, we will start to address the workstream 2 proposals on ethics standards for sustainability reporting and sustainability assurance. So still on sustainability, that will keep us busy also tomorrow. I will, with this, give the floor to Mark or Sylvia, I don't know who is in charge now, to start presenting on the next topic that we will address, which is the group sustainability, the sustainability assurance on groups assurance engagements. For sure, a complex topic, but I hope that we will be able to have a meaningful discussion and to get out of this discussion with some clarity and some agreements, if possible. Mark.
I'm very pleased to say I'm having a rest this morning and Keith is doing this one, so I shall hand over to him.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you and good morning. I had to take my turn at some stage. So let's crack on, got a lot to do. So there's a new section 405 in the code, which is coming into effect in December this year, and it's on group audits, and it's very much designed to be in line with ISO 600 revised, so the auditing standard on group or considerations in group audits. The IEESB in its ISSA 5000 does not specifically have a section on group audits. It's not bringing in an equivalent of ISO 600 there. It's very much following on the ISA 3000 approach. The way they're dealing with group audits, in effect, is to alternatively deal with using the work of other practitioners. Other practitioners, they can be network firms and they can be non-network firms. So it's not just part of the firm's own network. If the lead practitioner, the practitioner with responsibility for the group report and the group sustainability information, is involved in the direction, supervision and review of one of those other practitioners, then in effect that other practitioner is a member of the engagement team as defined, and the full independence requirements would apply as they would to any other engagement team member. If the lead practitioner cannot be or is not sufficiently involved in the work performed by that other practitioner, so similar in many cases to using the work of an external expert, then they wouldn't apply the full independence requirements, but they'd be more down the expert's route and really concerning themselves with assessing that they can be happy with the objectivity of that practitioner. So in that way, that also enables them to sort of look at areas or more clearly look at areas that might be considered outside the boundary of the conventional organizational corporate structure. So in sustainability, there is going to be work relating to supply chain elements, for example. So you've got practitioners maybe producing information there that they would need to pull on, and that would sort of enable that to be scoped in. But it's no different really to saying we need to use the work of another practitioner on certain information that we would like to cover by our report. It works for me. Just saying. So sustainability insurance engagements, that will fall within the part 5. We believe will be mostly carried out in a group reporting context. To a large extent, we believe in these early years, they're going to be consolidated sustainability reports rather than individual entity reports. However, it is quite possible that components of the group down at their jurisdictional levels may still have to produce their own reports at that jurisdictional level. And therefore we can foresee that there would be component assurers, if I put it that way. And so we are intending, as you will have seen from the papers, to address the independence of individuals and their firms very much by mirroring what's in 405 at the moment. So this is all in the interest of maintaining equivalence and comparability so that people can see, oh yes, I can see that sustainability is in line with the requirements for audit. I guess if we'd gone down the IESBA route, we could have had a section that was using the work of other practitioners, but that would then potentially cause some confusion if people are trying to compare to the existing code and its requirements for audit. So we believe that we can use the requirements in 405 adapted for sustainability assurance and the various parties involved in that. And so we're bringing in newly defined terms, which will be on the next slide, equivalent to those in group audit. So component auditor, component sustainability assurer, for example. The definitions are much the same, but just tweaked to apply to sustainability. We'll have requirements and application material in a section in part 5, which is equivalent to 405 in 4A. Other practitioners who are not part of the engagement team, so, and again, they would fall under the experts project, we believe, because it's where you can't be sufficiently involved. So therefore they're not part of the engagement team. You're not applying the full independence requirements. Its objectivity is the main concern. So those are the newly defined terms. You can actually see the actual definitions in agenda paper 2B, which was the update on the definitions. As I say, but they are very much in line with the audit definitions, just adapted to apply to sustainability. Oh, too good to be true. Oh, there we go. Go back. Give it a thumb, that seems to work. So the proposed requirements and application material in part 5, as I said, are comparable and equivalent to those in 405 and 4A. Some of those requirements in 405 and 4A, it was written to link in very much with ISA 600. So there's a couple of areas where it starts off by saying ISA 600 requires da, 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 da. Clearly, we cannot refer to ISA 600 in this section, and we can't refer to ISSA 5000 either, because it doesn't have a sort of equivalent section within it. But actually, why would we want to refer to ISSA 5000 anyway? We are supposed to be framework neutral. Having looked at those areas within 405, where it says ISA 600 requires, when you actually look at them, they relate to matters such as making sure that the component assurance firm, for example, is aware of the independence requirements, where you're going to expect them to be compliant with those, and then confirming with them whether they understand those and whether they will actually comply with them. And if they won't comply with them, then obviously, much like an audit, you would be down the route of having to decide what else you want to do, whether that's try and get somebody else to do that work, go in and do the work yourself, and so on. But we believe that the way to address the ISA 600 point is simply remove the reference to ISA 600 and establish the requirement directly within this section of the code itself, and say the leading the group sustainability partner, not sorry, group sustainability leader, is responsible for communicating to the component assurers as appropriate. So that's how we're sort of keeping it equivalent to 405. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say on groups.
Can we just add one thing while Keith breaks the technology? And that is just to remind the board, the reason that we've developed this section is that we came to a view quite early on that if we didn't deal with the group question, we'd effectively be going out to consult with a code, with changes to the code that would age very quickly, because people would come back to us and say, hang on, you're not there with groups. We know the IESBA are going to do this as a future part of their work. And so therefore what we've done is we followed a consistent approach as would be followed in a group audit. So we're not diverging from any sort of accepted practice, but we are doing it to make sure that we're not midway through a consultation and then we're having to change what we're proposing. So this is a way of sort of future proofing the changes that we're proposing to make to the code, which is why we're putting them forward.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I should have made clear on that we are aware, or at least we believe the intent of the IESBA are to address possibly introducing a specific groups section into ISSA 5000, but that would be sort of like a phase 2 type element to their project. As I say, they're covering off by addressing other practitioners more generally.
If I may as well, and this is an important issue that we ought to flag in the explanatory memorandum to the exposure draft as to why IESBA has gone forward and put in a section addressing group assurance engagements, whereas on the IESBA side, they don't quite, as of yet anyway, have an equivalent assurance standard addressing group engagements. And one of the important reasons I do believe we need to articulate in our explanations is that precisely that premise that we are going with the view that the standards that we're developing will be at the same level as for audits. In other words, that we have the same set of standards for group sustainability assurance engagements of heightened public interest, so to speak, that are almost equivalent, or so to speak, equivalent to those that apply to audits of financial statements. To put it another way, there would be a hole in the set of standards if we didn't have independence provisions addressing group sustainability assurance engagements, whereas on the audit side, yes, you would have independence requirements for group audit engagements. So that point about equivalency or having the same set of standards that apply to audits, I think is an important point to put across as a justification as to why IESBA has gone forward, whereas on the IESBA side, clearly that is going to be part of their next phase.
Yes, and we can also, and I think we should explain in the explanatory memorandum how, for example, component auditors or component sustainability assurers and other practitioners match up. So we can make it clear that the code and the ISSA 5000 would work perfectly well together. It's just a slight terminology difference in some areas. It is often the case, we work closely with the IESBA, but it's often the case that one board is maybe slightly ahead of the other in certain areas, and this is one area where it's our turn to be slightly ahead in more directly addressing group engagements.
Maybe if I might ask Keith, and maybe that's another question that is for this board to consider, and I'm not sure whether you're gonna, I mean, you've touched on the issue of other practitioners who might be involved in the group assurance engagement. There is a concept of the reporting boundary and the organizational boundary that's in draft ISA 5000. And there is a distinction between the two. The organizational boundary is in effect the group as we understand it in an audit context. In other words, it's the parent entity, the components that are part of the group audit engagements. When it comes to sustainability assurance engagements, you may well need to go beyond the organizational boundary, because the reporting boundary actually might scope in, let's say, downstream entities in your value chain or upstream entities in your value chain. So therefore, you are potentially going beyond the organizational boundary. And our section on group assurance engagements will not cover other practitioners who might be involved in terms of assurance work they've done on those downstream or upstream that might be scoped in within the reporting boundary. So that is an issue that we need to cover to make sure that we don't have, as I say, some holes in our provisions. And I don't believe our section on group assurance engagements deals as yet with other practitioners beyond the organizational boundary, so to speak, and that's something that we will need to consider.
Yeah, that's correct. As I mentioned at the very beginning of when I started talking, there are sort of elements in the supply chain and the value chain, as you said, that are not within the normal group structure, whose work you may be seeking, or in respect of which some practitioners may have done some work, and you're seeking to rely on that work. And I think the consideration would be, are they going to be a practitioner where you could be sufficiently directly involved in the direction, supervision, and review of that work? I suspect in very many cases that probably wouldn't be the case, but can't guarantee that. And it might be more likely that you're looking at using the work of an expert, or what we would call an expert, another practitioner, and therefore it's in the sort of the objectivity front. It will obviously depend on how those relationships between the entities and their value chains are structured. Some entities may have a lot of influence, if I put it that way, and be able to say, we want our group sustainability assurer to be able to work with you in this way. And others, the value chain may say, well, actually, we're dealing with a whole load of entities and we're not going to have half a dozen different sustainability assurance practitioners come in and try and tell us what they want us to do specifically just for their purposes. It's much more likely that you might get something more akin to it's not a service organization type approach, but like a service organization type scenario where they say, well, this is our assurance, this is what we've done. Now we need to figure out how you can use that work or not.
Like I think like Ken's point is a really important one, and we have sort of thought as well around either what goes in the explanatory memorandum or what do we do as non-authoritative material, because there is a sort of variable question around reporting on scope 3 emissions in particular, where you're looking at the supply chain, because in certain jurisdictions, scope 3 reporting is going to be quite well defined. And in a sense, it's sort of more akin to lends itself as being within a defined boundary. Whereas in others, it's effectively going to be the entity that's setting requirements on its supply chain and how it wants to report. So we've got to be really careful that we don't sort of paint ourselves into a corner where we've got a set of requirements that work on one jurisdictional model or one sort of approach to scope 3, but doesn't deal with the rest. So I think that's a really important marker for us, Ken, and one that we'll have to think. But it also quite helpfully now, and sort of it's built on the discussions that we had in some of the roundtables when we were talking about the use of experts project, that actually that sort of scope 3 challenge sits very squarely in the experts project, and we must make sure that we're aligned on that and consistent.
Absolutely agree. And I think we haven't got it yet, but I think we'll probably find it helpful to at least introduce a paragraph, if I put it that way, in 405, and maybe in the experts as well, that just acknowledges this sort of structural thing when it comes to sustainability assurance, and where those would be covered off as appropriate.
Well, thank you very much, Keith, for the presentation, and thank you for the three of you for the additional thoughts provided to feed the discussion. I will now open the floor. I mean, I must say that I fully agree with the inclusion. I shouldn't say that ahead of the discussion, but I think it's so evident that we had to do it. Otherwise, there would be a gap and an inconsistency about what we have in for assurance and sustainability assurance. But anyway, that doesn't mean that you should not share your views. On the contrary, so I'm going to open the floor to listen to the board's comments on this proposal on group sustainability engagements. Felician?
Thank you, Chair. Just to thank the team for what they've done. I think it's a very commendable job. If you look at the previous version of the ETGA, which was Caroline did and the team, it mirrors exactly what has been produced in this context of sustainability assurance engagements, which I fully support, and I think it's a good way to go. And the material is very good. It's well thought out, and I can only say thank you to the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felician. Luigi?
I think that this is probably the if not the most difficult part, the one that it is most uncertain in this project, or one of them, because we are figuring out what would be the future without knowing anything about it, of course, and without knowing which would be the final rule that would serve as a basis for our work. Say the work we did, or say the task force did for the group audit was, would not use the word easy, but less complex than this time, because at least there was a clear rule to be applied during the group audit. Here, we are trying to figure out what would be the future, and then to try to have a future-proof standard. But let's say we can be right or wrong. We don't know so far. So I would not conclude that this would be the approach that save us for changing something in the future. While so far I do not object of going on this way in order to save the consistency and to work with the initial assumption, I'm wondering, I have not the response, but I'm wondering whether further discussion with the experts or the reference groups could help us in understanding whether just the transposition of the extant code is sufficient, whether we need to consider additional factors, whether we say may keep open this discussion until when there is better visibility about the future, even with the response from the exposure draft phase. Because I fear that it seems reasonable, the approach. I don't know how it fits with the practice so far. Probably the practice so far is not completely aligned, and no one of us know what will happen with the final text of the rule. So my point is, I have no objections in going on in this way, but I would recommend to keep the matter open in order to amend what it is necessary in order to align with the upcoming rules and principle and with the practice.
Thank you, Luigi, for adding these careful comments and approach. Of course, we understand. We understand that this is what you're saying about these proposals. I think that more or less applies to most of the parts of this project. It's about uncertainty about what the future will be. I understand that this is a very specific part in that respect, but your recommendation that we could keep the issue open for discussion, of course, I think it's a very good one, as it is for the rest of the topics, knowing that we are not going to, well, we will have to make options all the time as we go between making decisions on the basis of some uncertainty or not making these decisions. And I think this is one very paradigmatic topic where we have to decide whether we want to be so careful that we don't cover this space, or we take the risk, as you say, of moving forward without knowing everything about what the future will be. I think this is a very wise approach. So thank you for that. Sadia.
Thank you, Keith. I think your presentation clarified the first question, and my first question was, is this needed now? And you've explained why we think this is a now project. Before I saw the proposals, I thought there's two ways of doing this. We could incorporate, or we could red flag and say, actually, if in a group engagement, you could leverage off section 405. And I see why we need to bring it into part 5, because it needs to be applicable to non-PAs as well. But my main concern is similar to Luigi's, is that do we know enough about group engagements in the sustainability space? I reflect on our project that just came that hasn't yet come into effect, and the close coordination we had with the IESBA on that, and the learnings that went on during those projects. If we do go forward with this project, I would also agree with Luigi's suggestion to leverage off the experts in our reference group, because at the moment the amendments that stand seem very much in a consequential amendment space. The amendments we've made has just been to change words in 405, but is there a flavor that needs to be brought in? Are there other ethical requirements or threats that need to be considered?
Thank you very much, Sadia. Mark.
I was just going to add, sort of for context, like the CSRD requirements do apply at the consolidated level. So in a sense, we know one piece of the jigsaw, one big piece of the jigsaw, which is the EU is going down a consolidated approach. However, over time, we need to better understand what other jurisdictions are going to do, whether they follow a consolidated approach or an entity-specific approach. And then we've got to make sure that what we get to as a sort of final recommendation to the board is sufficiently flexible to deal with both and is not overly tied to one approach or the other. So we are beginning to see, you know, how this will be delivered, but we've still only got a little part of the picture, and we need to better understand more as we go along.
Thank you, Mark. Chana, please.
So I think what convinced me about including it now is that most jurisdictions are starting with the biggest listed companies, which are groups. So when jurisdictions are starting with the, you know, like say the Australian example, the proposal that they're talking about is the top 200. These are huge groups. And so it doesn't make sense to put out something that doesn't address the group scenario practically. And so for that reason, I think we could put it out for exposure and then see what sort of feedback comes back. But most jurisdictions are initially going to deal with the big companies, which are groups.
Thank you. Yes, and I think the approach we are adopting is sufficiently flexible to deal with these various types of scenario. So the jurisdictions that are indeed requiring consolidated sustainability information to be presented. The question then might be, well, is all of that information, given its breadth and variety, covered by one assurer, or do they in fact say, well, actually, you know, different nature of this, different types of information, we'll have firm A assure that part of it, and we'll have firm B assure that part of it, because it's, but I think what we're doing actually covers that anyway. I think it provides the flexibility, because ultimately what will happen is if somebody has to do assurance on the information that's consolidated, they will need to they need to consider, are there other practitioners involved in this that we can use the work of? And it'll either be ones where, again, like an audit, it will be, you can be sufficiently involved in the direction, supervision and review of that work, and therefore they can be treated as though they were members of the engagement team. And we have the independence requirements accordingly, and that's covered off by 405. If you can't be sufficiently involved, then effectively you're down to using the work of another practitioner that I can't be sufficiently involved in, but can I nonetheless use their work? If I'm happy with their objectivity, that moves you over to the experts side of the equation. And the only other thing then is you say, well, I can't rely on that practitioner's work at all, and then you're back to the audit type scenario of, well, I've got to go in and do something myself anyway, or go away and find and persuade someone to use a practitioner whose work I can use. And then again, you'd be back into the direction, supervision and review versus not direction, supervision and review. But I think the way it's structured with the 405 and the experts together, I think we cover off the different types of scenario that could be out there in terms of reporting at this stage. Clearly, as the next few years go by, it might become clearer what the actual more frequent trend is, if we put it that way, in terms of reporting and particularly giving the assurance reports on that information. But we don't have the luxury of being able to sit here and wait another 2 or 3 years to see how it all starts to fall out. So I think flexibility is the key thing, and I think this provides us with flexibility, and it also gives us the alignment with audit, and also it makes us, I think, quite clearly say we are addressing group reporting situations. which I think is going to be expected in a lot of cases.
Thank you very much, Keith. Begonia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, although we are dealing with a moving field, not only the reporting frameworks are not clear in all places, nor the assurance of the assurance standards are completely designed. And in this particular case, you are head of the IESBA in the topic of the group engagements. Well, the PIOB thinks that the coordination between the two boards is essential. So you already have this as a priority, and this should not change. But it doesn't mean that, in our view, you should stop and wait. On the contrary, if the practitioners will have to deal with the new reality, which is that consolidated sustainability reporting will be a reality in the next year. Therefore, issuing this code adapted to the new reality makes sense. So our only message in this case is, well, keep the coordination between the two boards, but don't stop. So if you have already that in mind, try to maintain this coordination and go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Begonia. Rania?
Yes, thank you. I definitely agree with with the suggestion put forth that we should account for independence provisions for group sustainability projects. My only comment is, and picking up on what was said earlier, right now, the way the provisions that are available already in the code, they account for, or they are basically addressing group sustainability projects when everybody is reporting on financial information. The question is, should we make a distinction? And I don't have the answer to this. I'm just thinking out loud. Should we make the distinction of when, for example, group sustainability projects where, let's say, one firm is reporting on, I don't know, climate, another one is perhaps reporting on inclusion or on social or on governance or on, are these details that we should take into consideration? Because I think that the shape of group sustainability assurance engagements is going to be different from what we see for financial statement audits. And so I think there may be more details that we should account for as we move forward for this. And I think it's a very important topic, definitely. But we cannot just transplant everything from financial audits and take it into sustainability audits. There may be some, the devil is in the details, and I think we should be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Vania.
Thank you, Gabriela. I think it is a very important topic, but regarding sustainability information and reporting, we are all learning. Those who are preparing the standards are still learning. So the uncertainty will be there for a long time yet. It's not as we have with the financial statements that we already have a context, we have a structure, we have definitions for doing that. So I agree with Begonia, we cannot hold on and wait until the definition is clear. The solution, I think, in my opinion, would be to take it as principle-based as possible. So it could be flexible enough to be used with what is decided in the short term. But there is no way we'll be avoiding some changes in the future. So we do not aim at to have fit for purpose for everything right now, because the level of uncertainty will be there for still some time, in my opinion.
Thank you, Vania. Hector.
Just briefly to mention that I think having the expert section as a complement of this group rules deal with most of the uncertainty. I think in most cases, when you have experts providing, I don't know, climate information, you will go to that section because the person in charge of the assurance on this will not be responsible for their work. There will be an expert provider that will provide a scenario under TCFD rules, and you will use that in your report, but you will follow the expert section on that. Solution seems to cover most of the scenarios, so it makes a lot of sense to go in that route.
Thank you, Hector. Sanjeev, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think very briefly, what Luigi said in the beginning, and Satya and as Anya mentioned, future is uncertain on sustainability as to what all may come up. Maybe it is a good start to start with, but I think we need to have a word of caution as to, it's an ever-evolving field. In group sustainability reporting, as Anya mentioned, some component may be reporting on X issue, someone on Y issue. How do you consolidate? What do you consolidate? So there would be questions, and I think there are no answers right now. But I think we need to be cautious about it. That's the only comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Sadia?
Sorry, I have a new point. Should I wait until Harib? Okay. I have a question of clarification. In the slide, it says sustainability assurance engagements of heightened public interest are most likely to be carried out in a group reporting context. And I wondered if in that sentence, we were trying to add to the scope of part 5.
You can delete of heightened public interest. We need to come back and scope around that. But what we'll do is when we feed back later this week on where the task force has gone in responding to the board's feedback, we'll explain how we're going to deal with that scoping question, which I also hope will deal with the point you rightly raise about this piece. It's just the fact that we haven't updated the rest of the slides for the discussions that we had yesterday.
And my follow-up question, not to be debated now, would be if group engagements for sustainability doesn't fall squarely in part 5, do we have to make consequential amendments to part 4B? And it's debatable, but it's something to consider if you're going to have group in either one of those two.
It's a really good question, actually, Sadia, and it was and I'm really glad you said it's debatable, because I think it's one of those things that sort of go on the list of next steps, but not necessarily as part of where we are at the moment. But I do think you're absolutely right that we shouldn't lose sight of it in where we go to with sort of trying to move forward on this project. I think the other point I was just going to pick up on in respect of Sanjeev's comment is, of course, one of the things that we've been really careful to do in responding to the feedback from IOSCO and others is, as well as being profession agnostic, we're being framework neutral. So the question that you raise is that which framework will we end up going down? Actually, we've been careful to try and design this in a way that will meet the needs of any reporting framework, not just one. But we are going to have to test that out as we better understand some of the reporting frameworks in place, and as we hear from other jurisdictions about what they propose to do.
Thank you, Mark. Ken, yes.
Thank you, Gabriela. I guess 2 points. The first one is that I would like to think that when the board finalized section 405 for group audit engagements, that the board really approached the development of that section from a principles basis. And that goes to Vanya's point that if we keep it at a principles level, we ought to be able to address the broad parameters of those engagements without having necessarily to go into all the details, because as long as we keep it at principles level, we ought to be able to specify the applicable independence requirements given the circumstances of the engagement. So that's one point. My second point is, and maybe that touches a little bit on what Rania has raised, and that it maybe isn't so much a simple matter of transposing what is in Section 405 for audits into the sustainability context. Yes, there will be different subject matters, but importantly, there may well be engagements that are what I would call composite engagements. And what I mean by that is that the assurance provider might be asked to express a reasonable assurance opinion on one aspect or one part of the sustainability information. And maybe that information is perhaps more quantitative in nature, maybe it's quantification of carbon emissions or whatever they might be. And then the same provider might be asked to express a limited assurance conclusion on another aspect of the sustainability information. And that part of the information might be more qualitative, perhaps more forward-looking, etc., and therefore more challenging in a way to come to a reasonable assurance conclusion. So with that sort of composite engagement, I would say we have to think carefully as to whether our section translate as well to that type of engagement, especially in terms of the use of terminology, because we use phrases like, the information on which the firm expresses an opinion. And does this capture this, that sort of category of engagement where actually you don't have just one opinion, but actually you may have, two different types of opinion that are sitting together in the same report. So I think it just needs a little bit more thought about it, just to make it a bit more targeted and more tailored to the sustainability context.
Thank you very much, Ken. Well, Chana, please.
Just to add to the comments, I mean, when the task force was looking at this, we did go and look at some mining companies' financial reports, and this is not academic. They are already doing it, right? The big firms are already doing this at the consolidated level. So we looked at a few reports that week in Lisbon. So it's already occurring. So they must be dealing with it in some way with the components in the different jurisdictions.
Thank you for that note, Chana, as well. So no more comments. Mark, back to you. I think that we can, or Keith, sorry, we can assume a reasonable comfort and agreement of the board, but
my final words were just thank you all for the feedback. It's much appreciated. We have got all your points on board. Just to reassure Raya, the section is not financial information focused. It's quite capable of dealing with information of all types. And indeed, in annual reports, there's a lot of information that isn't financial based. So it's not focused on that. And to Ken's point, yes, I think it will help to have some material somewhere that just briefly explains the possible types of reporting scenario. But again, I think what we're really focusing on here is what do you need to be independent in order to be able to do the work? We're not getting into the detail of this is how you go away and assure all sorts of different types of information. That's luckily in IESB's bucket.
okay. Should we move to the next step?
Okay, so thank you for that. We're going to move on now to consider some further independence matters that are relevant in the context of sustainability reporting and assurance, and again going through those issues that were in the board papers. Oh, it's not behaving. Oh, now it's gone mad. Can you go back to 29, please? Okay, so this is just really sort of reiterating a point around independence, which is obviously we've developed part 5 to be applicable in the context of all sustainability assurance practitioners. So regardless of whether or not you're the auditor. So as we've said before, if you're the statutory auditor and you're also carrying out sustainability related engagements, the auditor complies with the requirements in Part 4A as they do at the moment, and they need to also comply with the requirements in Part 5. But obviously, that is a sort of operational issue for the auditor. We are putting guidance in Part 5, so there's a new paragraph at 419 which sets out how that works. And as we mentioned yesterday, it is an operational matter for firms to decide how they comply with the interaction of Parts 4A and 5. However, it shouldn't be an excessively complicated exercise because we have got equivalent independence requirements in Parts 4A and 5. And also there's no need to apply the conceptual framework twice when you're identifying, evaluating and addressing any threats to independence in relation to the same matter. So it's a single assessment. But we will include in Part 5 any sort of specific independence issues where you're providing services, and some of those are in the subsequent parts of this presentation. So again, it's very much following what we said we'd do before, which is we're following an equivalent approach, as we believe that's what sort of best meets the needs of our stakeholders and users. Oh, here we go. So firstly, independence. What period is the provider or the practitioner required to be independent? In the context of an audit, the auditor is required to be independent not only for the engagement period, but also the period covered by the financial statements. So the task force asked itself, what's the equivalent period in the context of sustainability assurance engagements, and indeed the period itself covered by sustainability information. So just as a sort of example to illustrate that, we expect most sustainability information will be reported either by way of a company's annual report or a standalone sustainability report that covers the same reporting period as the financial statements. However, we recognise that the sustainability information itself could cover a significantly longer period. So what we're seeing, and Channa mentioned sort of existing practice that the task force looked at, we're seeing more and more companies that are talking about transition plans through to net zero. So they're talking about this is what we're doing over the next 20 or 30 years in order to hit net zero. So what we're not saying is, we're not saying you have to be independent over the duration of the information that you're reporting on. It's the duration of the reporting period. And that is something that's consistent with the approach on financial statements. So what we're saying is use the period that the reporting document covers, and our proposal is not that you're looking forward at the life of the information itself. However, the question that sort of we put to the board is this period the right one? Is this appropriate? We believe that it's best to maintain that equivalent approach in terms of what you need to be independent in respect of. Oh, so you'll see here the proposed paragraph in Part 5. So independence covering the engagement period and the period covered by the sustainability assurance report, sort of subject to that being in advance of the engagement itself. And I say that's our consistent approach in terms of covering this issue. So that's a comparatively short and straightforward issue, but we hope that the board is content with what we're proposing there. So do you agree with the proposal from the work stream that that is the period we use when assessing independence?
Thank you, Mark. Any comments? Sonam, please.
I think my comment is rather clarification point. Generally, I agree with your approach. One thing I'd like to clarify with you is the term. Currently, as an alternative to financial statements, there are two terms used here: period covered by the sustainability assurance report, or period covered by sustainability information. I don't know, the two are always the same, but we should pick up one continuously.
So in respect of that, what we're proposing, Sung-Nam, is that the independence requirement would apply to the period covered by the report. So what you'd expect is the sustainability report would cover a financial year, a reporting year of the company, and that is when the independence requirement would apply. What we're not proposing is that the independence requirement would apply to a much longer period, which would be the case if you said, for instance, you're providing assurance over a company's transition plan. That transition plan runs from this financial year through to 2040. So you've got to be independent for that entire period. So what we're saying is that the term that will apply is the period covered by the sustainability report, not the period covered by the information.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, there are so deep understanding, deep knowledge. I understand. That makes sense from my perspective.
Thank you, Sung-Nam and Mark. Rich, please.
Yeah, Mark, correct me if I'm not wrong, but this is essentially the same as the audit period, right? And we're saying if you have to be independent for the period of sustainability engagement, and let's say you start planning it 2 months before that year, you have to be, that's part of the engagement period, so you'd be independent during that period also, correct? Thanks.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And indeed, regardless of whether or not the statutory auditor is providing the assurance over sustainability information or someone else, the company would still want to say both of its assurance providers were independent for the period covered by the report and the period of the engagement. So absolutely right. And it's equivalent in that respect.
Thank you, Mark, for this additional clarification. Luigi?
Mark, I think it is a good solution, and I agree with that. As usual, I tested with various cases. It is not clear to me. Well, probably on the basis of your clarification now, I have the response, but I wanted to make sure what's happening if an auditor is engaged after, let's say, 2 years for assuring a certain period. Is this definition consistent with the fact that we do not need to check the independence for the entire 2 years after the period relating to the information, the assurance report? I don't know whether I was clear in my question.
So in terms of the reporting periods, Luigi, the assurance provider or the auditor will be independent for that reporting period. I think we're probably coming on to your other question in the next section, which is looking at partner rotation requirements, where there is an issue over independence, for instance, where a sustainability assurance provider may have previously been the auditor, and you've got an independence requirement that you've got to consider, how long is it before engagement with an entity begins to have an impact on someone's independence. So hopefully that will cover it. But what we're doing is as sort of confirmed to Rich, is we are aligning with the requirement that would apply in an audit. So however you would apply it in an audit context, you'll apply it in the sustainability context.
Can I say, no, if the principle is to apply the same rule for financial statement, I'm in agreement, absolutely. My point is that as it is written now, I read it in a different way as it is written now, but maybe I read it in a wrong way.
Well, in that case, we will, in sort of picking up on this, just make sure that it is clear.
Thank you for that, Mark. Yeah, Christelle, sorry.
Yeah, I had a question about in this transitioning world of sustainability, what kind of impact would have that there was implication of some assurance practitioners on certifications, on part of the group's certifications, or some kind of assurance on part of a group before being eventually appointed as an assurance practitioner for the whole group, etc. Does this transitioning situation raise some difficulties in the application from your point of view?
I don't believe it should, because basically we're just being consistent with the existing provisions in the code. So if someone becomes the auditor and starts signing the auditor's report, but previously has provided non-audit services or other assurance services, then obviously you use the existing provisions of the code to make an assessment of any threat to their independence and their eligibility to do that. So if you had provided prior services that were related to, say, a component of sustainability, then you'd follow the same approach.
Thank you. No more comments. Okay, Mark, do you want to, to move on?
So next one is just looking at next slide, please. Thank you. Is looking at the issue of partner rotation. So obviously, again, we're following an equivalent process in part 5 regarding the rotation of the engagement leader and other key sustainability assurance leaders. So those will be equivalent to the requirements in part 4 of the code. We asked the question when we met in Lisbon, can an individual serve as an engagement leader for 7 years in a sustainability type engagement, because obviously we've got the existing provision in the code of 7 years where they've served as an engagement partner before. So we're looking at this through the long association lens. And we're saying that a threat arises from long association if an individual serves in a combination of audit and sustainability partner roles. So therefore, what we're proposing is that previous roles in the audit engagement be used to calculate your 7 years time on period for a sustainability assurance engagement. So what you couldn't have is somebody who was the engagement partner for an audit for 7 years, who then moves on to do 7 years as the sustainability assurance leader. It's 7 years in aggregate. So again, that would be consistent with what we have in the existing code. And if we can move on one more slide, please, Astu. You've got there the proposed paragraph in part 5 at 540.5 in terms of how that would work. But I say again, that is a consistent approach and an equivalent approach to what's in the code as is. So with that, if you can move on one more slide, please, Astu. Is the board happy with what we're proposing in terms of long association?
Thank you, Mark. Hector.
Sorry, just a question. And I know we're not changing other sections of the code, but in principle, this should work the other way around as well, right?
Sorry, I should have made that clear. So it's basically 7 years in aggregate, be it as a sustainability assurance engagement leader or an audit engagement partner. You can't fiddle it by changing the order.
Thank you, Mark and Hector. Christelle?
Yeah, so my understanding from, my understanding from Hector's proposition that there should be a confirming amendments in 4A. So to make clear.
Yes, so we'll make sure that that's aligned, because at the moment it refers solely in the context of audit. So we'll also need to make sure that 4A reflects the fact that someone could have a qualifying period as the sustainability assurance engagement leader, which would also count towards the 7 years in Part 4A.
Thank you, Mark. Ken?
Thank you, Gabrielle. Just one question, I suppose. When we refer to sustainability assurance engagement, do we have in mind those engagements that would be within the scope of Part 5, or do we contemplate the situation where the engagement leader or partner, whatever the case might be, might have performed a sustainability assurance engagement that wouldn't be within the scope of Part 5? So in other words, an engagement that isn't of heightened public interest as we labeled them before. So I think it's not entirely clear whether within our section dealing with long association, whether we're just referring to sustainability assurance engagements of heightened public interest, because that individual might well have been involved in, you know, the other category of sustainability assurance engagements, but still would be associated with the entity.
So I think, Ken, we're being consistent because what we're looking at is periods where they've acted as an engagement leader. So that would just be consistent with the approach elsewhere in the code, and we would mirror the same requirements. So the fact that it doesn't follow Part 5 and it follows Part 4B means you'd be consistent where someone had led something that was consistent with 4B for the purposes of working out independence under the extant Part 4A of the code.
Does it respond to your question, Ken?
Also, the way it's written now or drafted now, because we are talking about engagement leaders, and the definition of engagement leader is not related to Part 5. So it's for all sustainability assurance engagement, not just for of heightened public interest that we are not planning to use anymore. So the way it's drafted, we believe it should work, but it's a good point that for clarification that basically it's for all engagement leaders, not just for.
Yeah. So I think this point might merit some clarification, but I'm not sure within our Part 4A whether we deal with combination of an individual performing an audit as well as an assurance engagement that would be in Part 4B. We might just want to look at that, but my understanding is within Section 540 dealing with long association, we're only addressing individuals who've been engaged in in the audit, but in different roles.
So your question is not only, Ken, about it's not only a matter of clarification, but of the substance of the option that is being made here?
Well, I suppose it's partly of substance as well, because if we are saying that it's really any sustainability assurance engagement, whether they're of heightened public interest or not, maybe we need to make that point clear. And I'm not sure everybody will get that point by just looking at the definition of engagement leader, because really we're in Part 5. We're in Part 5. Yeah.
Okay, but you are okay with you are fine with the approach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sadia.
So following on from what Ken said, I do think that this is an important point. That's actually an amendment to 4A, to a section that is very intricate and has frequently asked questions. I would consider not structuring it within the definition, but as a standalone point that you consider the sustainability engagement, the audit engagement, and the combination of the two. So it can be seen separately, because at the moment, my understanding is the same, that 4A was standalone, and we didn't have to consider any other engagements and those type of leadership roles. But yeah, I'm comfortable and understand why you'd have to bring this through. But in our explanatory memorandum, we're going to have to detail what's the link between an audit engagement and sustainability engagement with the fundamental principles and familiarity.
Thanks, Sadia, and I will take on board your volunteering to have a look over the wording in particular for this one, because it's helpful that you have something in mind that we will pick up with you about how to best bring it in because we do recognise, as you say, it is an intricate part of the code, and the extent to which we can provide clarity without unpicking too many things that are already complex things for people to understand is going to be helpful. So we'll certainly pick that one up with you.
Thank you. Luigi?
I wonder whether it is the right time to ask a question relating to the glossary and the definition of key sustainability assurance leader. Let's say if it is, by reading the definition, I'm I'm a bit confused about the terms other service leaders on one side and other sustainability engagement leaders on the other side, because it seems to me they should be the same term in order to mirror the definition of key audit partner. But maybe I could be wrong, and probably you may intend something else.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Yeah, we heard that comment from others as well, and I think it's a good point that we will consider that we need to align that as not just referring to other service leaders, but need to link it to sustainability. So,
Thank you. No more comments. So, Mark.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Sylvia again now to take you through fees.
So the next issue we would like to discuss about is the fee related matters, particularly the proportion of the fees. So similar to the other sections, the task force considers whether the fee related matters, the threats, the threats that are in part 4A creating the same issues in relation to sustainability. And we found that, yeah, most of the issues or almost all issues, the level of fees, fee dependency and proportion of the fees should be there in the sustainability, in the independence standards for sustainability assurance engagements as well. Where we have posed for further consideration is the proportion of the fees. So similarly to the standards for the audit engagements, we believe that large proportion of fees for services other than sustainability assurance engagements to fees for sustainability assurance engagements also impact the level of the self interest threat. I think it's it's not a controversial application material here. Where the task force has posed it when we were considered that what if the sustainability assurance provider, the practitioner, is also the auditor. So he receives, or this the firm receives not only sustainability assurance fees, but also audit fees and potentially other assurance or non-assurance fees. And the question is that how the firm should evaluate or determine what would constitute a large proportion. So as you can see on the slide as well, based on the application material provided, the firm needs to consider the sustainability assurance engagement fees and all the other fees. And if case there is an audit fee, the question is whether this audit fee would fall under the bucket of all the other fees. The task force believes that if there is an audit engagement as well, that first the firm should consider the application material in part 4A. So regarding how we determine the proportion of the fees, if there is an audit fee, there will be the audit fee and all the other fees. However, if there is no audit fees involved, it would be the sustainability assurance fees and all the other fees. So it's really not about the concept of the application material, it's really what would form the basis of determination of what consists a large proportion. And on the next slide, we can see an example, so maybe it's easier to demonstrate what we are talking about. So as you can see on the left-hand side in the table, that if there is an audit fee, sustainability assurance fee, and other NAS, so in case we are talking about an audit client, in part 4A, determination would be that there is an audit fee, which is like 30,000 in that case, and on the other side of the equation, all the other fees. So that's how the firm should determine the proportion of the different fees. However, if there is no audit fee involved, so if it's just a sustainability assurance client, that the firm should consider the fees for the sustainability assurance engagement, which is 10,000 in this case, and all the other engagements. So as you can see, the proportion is different. And that's why we believe that, however, Mark has explained that it's how the firm, if the firm is also the auditor and the sustainability assurance practitioner, applies Part 4A and Part 4B, it's really on the firms. However, in this case, we believe that we need to provide some kind of guidance. So we would help them in the determination of the proportion of the fees. And I would pause here just to take some questions.
Yes, Sylvia, could you flip back to the table
Yes.
so that it's clear to everybody?
Thank you. Christelle.
So I think I understand why you or how you came to this proposition, which is we don't change Part 4A because the Part 4A would ask us to do this way. And when we are in a simple situation on Part 5 with no audit involved, it's same as usual. But I wonder, as sustainability assurance services, in our case, are required by law, no? In most of the cases that we are speaking about in our scoping. I wonder if the another proposition could have been made with on the left column audit and sustainability assurance, and on the right column the other types of services, because what do we want to measure? It's if you have the legal audit and sustainability assurance requirements in a bucket, that you don't have too much other types of services that impair your independence. Am I right with this understanding? So I'm struggling a little bit with this, and in the case of big groups with complex sustainability issues, in a transitioning world, not stabilized with a lot of gain of productivity, etc., you might well have huge fees for sustainability. And there, how are you dealing with that? That means that you can't do the sustainability assurance if you are already the auditor, or vice versa. You can't take the audit if you were the sustainability assurance provider. I'm struggling a little bit with this. I understand that it would lead to some changes also in Part 4A. But I'm struggling a little bit with that.
Thank you for that question, Christelle. And yeah, we are not proposing any changes to Part 4A. And the application material, the aim of the application material in Part 4A was really just to determine the independence of the firm when it's providing an audit and any other services to the client. But it's not a requirement, it's an application material. And what would constitute a large proportion, it's on the firm's determination and many factors provided. One of the factors is that whether the service is mandated by laws and regulation. So if for example, if the sustainability assurance services is mandated to be performed by the auditor, for example, then the evaluation of the fees received from the sustainability assurance would be different. So even the way they calculate what constitutes a large proportion would be different. So it's an application material. It's already taken into consideration. If that's
So this means that, for example, if I take a sort of extreme examples, and instead of 10,000 here, we have 20,000. Does it mean that having 30,000 audit fees and 26,000 non-audit fees in the application material, there will still be a way for judgment and accepting this situation for the those who are charged with governance in the companies, and for the regulators to say there's no problem?
Yeah, yes.
That's
So,
what
so
you
from the
answered?
code perspective,
Yeah.
absolutely. So nothing changes. Although the one thing to flag is, of course, in a number of jurisdictions, there are additional provisions that sit outside the code, like as we have in the EU,
yeah.
the non-audit services fee cap and
Yeah.
so on. So,
Yeah.
but no, we're not proposing to change the overall approach of the code. This is a way of illustrating how it applies in the context of Part 5, where you've got that applying in the context of a sustainability engagement. So, you know, it is again a sort of equivalent approach that we've taken.
The reason we propose that, because even without this application material, the firm should go through the same process. It's really just to helping to firms that if there is an audit fee involved, then they need to go first to Part 4A.
Okay, thank you. I think that, well, I have a lot of requests for intervention, but I think this is one of the moments. I understand Christelle's question, but I think that the approach taken, as at least as far as I understand, is quietly consistent with the approach, the already existing approach for financial assurance. And this is one of the moments where we have to go back to the underlying reasons and motivation for these standards and for this approach, which is to avoid excessive economic dependence and the risk of impact in the independence, etc. And although I understand that this is questionable and this is discussable, I think that there are still reasons for the approach that is being proposed. At least I see it as reasonable, because the risk still exists, even if both are mandatory or whatever. The same thing, the two types of assurance being undertaken by the same auditor. It is not irrelevant if the proportion of what they do on audit and what they do on sustainability. At least that's well what it seems. But let's listen to the others, because well, if you want to react.
Yes, yeah, I understand what you say about the dependency. The dependency should be on the whole fees, and it is expressed on the whole fees. So if the fees with the clients are too high, you are in a dependency at the firm, as a etc. So this is, I fully agree. And if I remember well, it is the only threshold that is in the code, the 15%. Yeah. And then the threshold for what is meant as a balanced or acceptable level of other fees than audit. This is a national, eventually, it is a national rules. So this means that if we present it this way, it can well be that sustainability assurance, if they are too high fees, will not be accepted for the audit firm. Yeah, as a sort of consequential. Is it really and if you compare that with another group where the audit fees are 50,000 in my example, and only a few other fees, this would be acceptable. But if the 50,000 is 30,000 audit and 20,000 sustainability, this would not be acceptable. I don't understand this reasoning. You see?
I see your question, but before I will refrain from reacting now because we need to listen to the others. But let's see how the board sees this question. Luigi.
And thank you for providing this information. I'm fine with, let's say, the part 5 analysis. I'm still struggling to understand part 4A because basically we are applying the provision that were prepared before changing the code. And after changing the code, we pretend that the same rules are applicable as nothing which has changed. Basically, we are working on the assumption to apply the same independence rules to these two type of works, and then we apply different rules in certain respect, like this one, for example. So the matter of self-interest is that even if we consider the assurance fee as audit fees, basically, because let's say this is one of the matters that an auditor should consider. The point that is that I don't think we can qualify an activity with an independence level which is equal to audit as non-audit, which it is counter let's say, it is something I cannot understand. So I wondered whether this is a matter of a consequential amendment of Part 4A, considering that we have changed the code and the requirement we are applying to certain award the sustainability assurance.
I just wanted to clarify one more point. I'm not sure this is responding to your question, Luigi, but just so what the application material we have for Part 4A that was adopted by the fees project is really it's providing a guidance how to evaluate or the threats created by the proportion of the fees, and that, as I mentioned, it provides factors that the firm needs to consider, whether the fees is mandated by laws or regulation or the provision of the services, and also the type of services. So whether if it's an assurance engagement or a non-assurance engagement. So that's why in the code there is not a threshold per se, but there is a really detailed guidance on how to consider. That's why we believe that, for example, if there is a higher fees for assurance services, it may be the firm may need to take it into consideration in a different way than the same amount of fee for non-assurance services as well. So.
Can I add a matter? I agree with that, but I also think that if there is a guidance which is not aligned to the current, or let's say the future code that we are approving here, we probably can change the guidance. I think that what we had in the past is different from what we will have in the future. In the past, the approach was, this is, I'm speaking about my experience, this is an activity required by the law, and therefore I exclude it from any type of analysis. And this is how the EU regulation works, for example. Now the situation is different. This is an audit type activity, at least under an independence perspective, and therefore I include them into the audit, which is completely different.
Again, it only goes to show the sort of slightly sort of arcane levels of detail that we go into on this. But, you know, although, for instance, services required by law or regulation are in the EU context exempt for the purposes of the cap, they still have to be considered for the purposes of any threat to independence, because you could still have a fee that was so significant that it might require safeguarding or impacted on independence. So I take the point that we've got to be very careful in terms of how we develop guidance that supports this, but I still think the underpinning approach has to be one of we're demonstrating that we've got an equivalent approach to that applies in the context of an audit, because that's the, in a sense, that's the sort of benchmark that we've taken all the way through on this.
Thank you, Mark. Do you want to?
Well, I don't know if board members want to come in on this issue. If so, please, but because I do want to come in as well. But I'll give board members.
Okay, so let's go. Thank you, Ken. Luigi, do you still want to speak? Because thank you, Felician.
Thank you, Chair. In my view, I think what is being proposed now meets the standards, given when you look at the part 4A and this part of the code that is being proposed is no different. And I think there's clear guidance and application material that someone can use to determine whether the proportional fees are fair or they are not. So it's very clear. So my question is just maybe for clarity on R40.13 A, where for the fees that are overdue, how they turn into a loan of sort to a client, because I was trying to link the two from R40.13 A and linking it to now when you take to part 4A. So linking the two and being able to come up with a conclusion on that. So R410.13A.
Yeah, so Felicia, forgive me, please. I don't know if this is connected to this issue or it's a different question.
No, for the fees, it's still for the fees, but
No, but is it connected to the proportion issue?
Yes, not proportion, but for.
Well, could we come back to your question
Okay,
then? Because I think we are trying to get a resolution on the proportion issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rich, please.
Yeah, I have 2 points. I think building off of Luigi, in the example here in 4A, if the audit is a group audit and the sustainability audit engagement is also for the group, and the same party is doing it, I don't know why you wouldn't consider that all part of audit fees for purposes of consideration of relationships. But I think the comments that have been made about considering the application material that Sylvia pointed out is important to remember, both in this context and also in what I'm about to ask about. And I think maybe that pointing that out might be something we need to put in the explanatory memorandum when we go out with an ED, that reminding people that that's not a requirement, but rather application material. On part 5, if the provider of the assurance engagement is not the group auditor, financial statement auditor, and is an organization that does a variety of other things besides just provide assurance sustainability, presumably everything that organization provides, sells, delivers to the sustainability assurance client will be in that right-hand column, right? That's also something I think we're going to have to help explain to people when we think about helping non-PAs understand how to think about the application material and the fees. Thanks. No need to respond.
Thank you, Rich. Sunam, please.
I'm still on. I'd like to have a clear understanding and rationale in connection with 10,000 sustainability assurance fee treating as a non-audit. I understand this approach, and also this is in accordance with Part 4A. But given that our decision, the same high bar will be applied to not only audit, but also sustainability as well, then I think we have two perception issue to the users. The first one is it looks like to me that we are saying part 4A prevails over part 5, right? There are competing issues. Secondly, it looks like to me that we are delivering a message that audit is an engagement of more heightened public interest, the nature. So we should make it clear, yeah, the 2 points. Thank you.
I think it just in the context of that example. So the 4A example is showing you how the fees guidance would apply, where the auditor is also carrying out the sustainability assurance engagement. So you've got the consideration of non-audit fees against audit fee in that part 4A context, which is how it would apply now in any case. Part 5 is just showing you how it would apply as a parallel, where you'd got someone providing a sustainability assurance engagement who was not the auditor. And this just shows how you would consider the provision of other non-assurance services and whether or not they impacted on, or whether or not they posed a threat to the independence of that provider. So in a sense, we're just following the same approach, but the illustration in part 5 for the purposes of this table is it just shows what happens when you have someone who is not the auditor providing the sustainability assurance engagement. So I don't think we've got anything different there. Like in terms of your sort of question about hierarchy, Sungnam, it's in a sense like there is almost a hierarchy, because audit is the regulated activity and the provision of a sustainability assurance engagement is an assurance engagement. It may be that in years to come, sustainability becomes part of the audit engagement, but at the moment, that's not the case in the vast majority of jurisdictions, although it could be at some point in the future, in which case we still have a principles-based approach that would take account of that, because for the purposes of part 4A, if sustainability assurance was part of the audit, you wouldn't have 30, you just have 40 as the audit fee. And then you just show your non-audit services in the context. So you'd have 40 and 6 rather than 30 and 16. So I think it is one, but I do recognize, just because of the nature of the discussion that we have here, that we've got to be careful in terms of the guidance that we have to explain how the application material works in all types of different circumstances.
Thank you, Mark, for that additional food for thought. I think that this discussion is getting very interesting. Rania, please.
Thank you, Mark. So you actually answered part of my question, but I just need some clarification before I get to my point. So, like looking at the table here, so assume we have a client, we are a firm, we have a client, we are providing audit services and sustainability assurance services. So within part 4A, we put the 30,000 as separate from the 10,000. And then for part 5, what do we do with the 30,000? How do we evaluate?
So the example there in part 5 is that is where you are not the auditor. Okay. So it's just where you're the sustainability assurance provider. Okay. If you were the auditor and the provider of the sustainability assurance, then you've got 4A.
Okay, I understand it now. Okay, but then fine. My question is, my understanding of the latest changes to the IESBA code with regards to the fees requirements is that the categorization is between assurance and non-assurance. So it's not audit and non-audit. And so, I mean, so that's one point. So, I mean, and going back to what you just said, which is I think that moving forward, the way the profession is going, ultimately, the sustainability assurance will be somehow integrated because the push is towards more integrated reporting. So I think perhaps it would make sense to consider a classification between assurance and non-assurance rather than, and let me just ask, actually take this one step further. Let's take an example where I'm auditing a client, I'm providing financial statement audit services, and I'm charging them 30,000. Sustainability assurance services, the way they are going, they might very well be, you might charge, in all likelihood, charge higher for sustainability assurance than financial statement assurance, because especially if you are providing an opinion on all the E, the S, and the G. So let's say you are the auditor, you're providing, you're charging 30,000, and say you're providing sustainability assurance also for 30,000. So what happens to the balance there? You get my point?
So the way of considering it is, it doesn't change. You've got the fee for an audit,
okay,
and then you've got the fee for, effectively, if you wanted to break it down further, you could say you have audit related non-audit services, and you have non-audit services that are not related to the audit. But effectively, the consideration remains exactly the same. Now, I absolutely understand the problem that you're trying to address, but the problem you're trying to address is that we're dealing with badly drafted and badly thought out law that doesn't actually take account of the way in which these engagements are actually delivered. So, just to give you a personal example, one of the challenges I have from a UK perspective is that we will have a 70% non-audit services cap that apply to sustainability engagements. Sustainability engagements at the moment are not required by law or regulation. So if the company wants to commission assurance, it can only do so if the cost of that is less than 70% of the audit fee. So if it's more than 70% of the audit fee, the auditor can't do it. They've got to get someone else to do it. Now, that's just a consequence of the way that the law is drafted. But for the purposes of the disclosures of the fees, what we're trying to say is that if you are the auditor and you're also providing the assurance, you're also providing assurance over the sustainability information, then you're going down that 4A disclosure. If you're not the auditor, then a consistent application of the principle leads you to what the table says in respect of the part 5. So in a sense, we're not really trying to think about how these engagements might be constructed. We're trying to provide a sort of principles-based approach that if you have this type of service, this is the box that this fee goes into for the purposes of you making an evaluation as the auditor as to whether or not there are issues that may compromise your independence and either need to be safeguarded, or you need to think about whether or not you can do the engagement.
Yeah, but let me just ask you this, just indulge me just for a second here. If we go back to the spirit of the standards of part 4A, when you say that, okay, there are non-assurance services, and we want to make sure that, we are limiting the amount of non-assurance services. To my understanding, the reason behind this, or the idea behind this requirement, is that I might actually be, it's impairing my independence because the services that I'm providing are large, okay? The point is, with sustainability assurance, it also requires independence. Yeah, so I'm really not seeing the distinction. Going back to Christelle's point, it's like if it's one big engagement, it's one big engagement, and if you're looking at the proportions, assuming they are equal, then for an audit purpose, you cannot be doing the sustainability assurance because it's too large, and for the sustainability assurance, it's impairing. You get my point? It's like, I appreciate that we're trying to be consistent, but I think perhaps there are certain areas where we should consider, some, deviating from the past practice, because I think now things are changing and it's all part of assurance. I mean, when you're providing assurance on financial statements, you don't break it down, it's one assurance engagement. And especially that if we want to be, as you said earlier, like future proofing, we should really be looking very soon. I mean, a couple of years down the road, you're probably going to have engagements where the two are combined, where perhaps sustainability assurance or climate related information is somehow being factored into the finances. And so how do you break it down? So
well,
I think it's I think it's services that are assurance versus non-assurance, services that require independence versus those that are.
It's it's an like the issue is it's not one big engagement. There is an audit of financial statements, and then there are other engagements over the assurance of information, and at the moment, assurance of sustainability information is not part of an audit.
Yeah.
So in an audit of financial statements, the annual report might contain sustainability information, but the auditor's obligations in respect of that are only in respect of other information under ISA 720. So they're not being audited. They're actually being reported on in accordance with ISA 720. And there's nothing to say that will change quickly, because it would fundamentally require the rethinking of what an audit of a set of financial statements is. However, companies are reporting on sustainability information and they're asking for assurance of that information. But it's not part of the audit, it's a separate assurance engagement. And therefore, that is the importance of delineating between the audit fee, because at its heart, the consideration of independence in the context of an audit fee is if you earn an audit fee of 100,000 and you earn non-audit services or non-assurance services income of $1 million, then the threat to your independence is you're so dependent on the million, you might not give, you might adopt a lower standard in your audits because you have a threat to your independence by your high earnings. And we're saying that the same principle applies here. So the only difference is that where you are the auditor may provide other assurance services or other non-audit services. Some of those services may be required by law or regulation, and therefore that is a factor that you consider in whether or not it impacts on your independence. And that, I think, is probably clearest in the context of US filers, because in the SEC rules, you have certain services that the auditor is expected to provide, and the SEC rules allow that. And therefore, you may have, particularly where you've got an entity that is undergoing a transaction or a business change, those could be a multiple of the audit fee itself. But the same principle still applies, that you consider it from the perspective of what's your audit fee, what are you earning from other engagements? Of those other engagements, are any of them required by law or regulation? Are they voluntary? And that is the assessment process that you're going through when you're evaluating whether or not there is a threat to your independence that either requires you to safeguard it or requires you to consider whether or not you can carry on with the engagement.
And so what are the thresholds? So
there aren't thresholds.
No, I mean, like, for example, I understood that 15%.
No, that's only dependence on one client. So the only threshold is that you as an audit firm cannot earn more than 15% of your income in total from one client.
Assurance and non-assurance services.
Yeah, so anything in aggregate, you can't get more than 15% of your money from one client. However, the assessment of the threat to your independence You know, we are setting out a framework and the auditor makes an evaluation based on the requirements in the code and the application material in the code as to whether or not the level of non-assurance, non-audit fees is sufficiently high that it forms a threat to their independence as a whole. Now, in the UK, we have a requirement where there's an explicit consideration if non-audit fees are more than the audit fee. So there's a specific requirement that we have to consult with the ethics partner in the firm. But generally, the assessment in the code is a principles-based assessment where you are looking at the level of services and the type of services to evaluate whether there's a threat.
Okay, so just one last question. So effectively, what you're doing, you're precluding a situation, you're prohibiting to have, let's say, a firm that is providing audit services that it would, let's assume in this example, charge $30,000 for, and let's say provide a sustainability assurance service that it would also, let's say, charge $30,000 for. If it is not, if the law does not require it to perform that other service, then it has to choose. It's not going to be able to do the two at the same time.
Well, we don't have a prohibition in the code, but we have effectively a flag in the code that the provider then considers whether or not there's a threat to their independence that either they need to safeguard or in extremis they can't safeguard. So we don't currently have anything in the code that says if you're earning 30,000 for your audit fee, if you earn 60 from something else, you can't do it. There's no prohibition in that respect.
Yeah.
But there are a series of criteria really sort of embedded in the fundamental principles, which is you are required to identify threats to your independence as a result of your high earnings from non-audit services. And you say, is this something that I can safeguard, or is this something that requires me to safeguard it? Or is this actually something I can't safeguard and therefore it risks making me no longer independent? But there are no sort of hard lines in the code.
Yeah,
it is a principles-based assessment. So the only hard line is, as you said, the 15%, which is you can't earn more than 15% of your income from a single client.
Thank you for this wonderful discussion. And before we move forward with all the others that want to speak, let me just share that I was anticipating that this could be one of the most tricky questions that we had to discuss today, because it goes into the core of the substance of the existing standards and the standards that we want to have with respect to independence. And I really think that listening to you, and thank you all for raising all these very good comments. I think that Mark explained it very well, and thank you for that as well, Mark, because at the end, there is one question that we have to respond, which is there a risk that if the same the auditor who is providing audit services and is also providing sustainability assurance services can be impacted in its independence by the fact that the fees that are being received, that it receives from sustainability assurance, is there a risk that there is an impact in its independence by this fact? I think this is really what we should be discussing, and not that much if it is consistent with what we have. I mean, then this is the consequence. Or if it is conceptually right to have the boxes and etc. It's really that we have to address this question. And you are right, Rani, I would say, when you say, probably in the future, we will have an integrated reporting and this will be the same, but it's not the same nowadays. That is also for sure. So again, as we have been concluding many times here, this is a moving field, and most probably in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, we'll have to go back to what we have decided. But the reality now is that these are two different animals for the time being. And the question is, and I'm not giving an answer, whether we should consider these different animals for the purposes with respect to the consequences that each one of them may have on the other in terms of independence or not, which is at the end applying the same rationale of the existing standards to the audit and sustainability assurance. So yeah, let's keep on discussing, but this is really a very strategic discussion, and we should make sure that we touch upon the right and the most essential elements of this discussion. Chana, please.
Thanks, Gabriela. So I like to go back to one of Mark's points that this is a regulated activity, audit, right? And the part that we are forgetting is generally most countries, the Corporations Act and accounting standards mandate the disclosure of the audit fee. So that's what we have at the moment. Disclose the audit fee. They are not talking about sustainability or anything. The laws might change in time, but at the moment, the focus is on the audit fee, and this achieves that. And if you want to address, sort of think about independence, like Mark said, we add the audit fee and the sustainability assurance, the 40,000, and compare it against the non-assurance fee. So, I mean, the other option is, Mark, whether we say that if law or regulation requires the assurance engagement, then that could be another category. But I think for the moment, this works. But in time, if law or regulation comes in and says that that is equivalent, sustainability is equivalent to the audit, then we might have to change.
Thank you, Chana. Mark, can I give the floor to Jens before you respond? Jens, please.
I just want to highlight that this is again the question we had on the fees, the discussion whether there is a non-audit or non-assurance qualification or gap. And you see the wording on that slide, we say audit fee and non-audit fee. We are not saying non-assurance fees. And I think this distinction is interesting wise also not change in the CSRD. Also there, we will keep the audit and the non-audit cap. And that's why I think it's wise that we are approaching this way, because it's up to the national or regional standard setter or legislator to say which consequence then this might have for a definite cap, which might be 70%, 50%, or what else, and what is in the bucket A and what in the bucket B. But first of all, it's a correct differentiation to say that's an audit fee and that's a non-audit fee. And we may say in the non-audit fee, this is an assurance engagement, which we are in our evaluation process evaluate differently from a non-assurance service, which is consulting, etc. And I think these three categories are important to understand, because in different jurisdictions, there are different type of caps with different type of inclusions. So that's why I'm highlighting this. And I think the term is right to say non-audit fee in the column 4A. We're not saying non-assurance fee.
And I think, both of those interventions are really helpful, because it serves to remind us that we are writing a code for global adoption. We can't write a code that meets specific requirements for each jurisdiction. However, we can craft principles that help in the application of the code to reflect national sort of different jurisdictional requirements. And I think that's what we've sought to do. So in a sense, it comes with a series of judgments, but I would very much caution against this. Don't let sort of perfect get in the way of good, because we could over specify what we're looking for, and actually what we need are a series of principles that help to deal with the existing fees provisions, which actually work well in terms of protecting auditor independence and can be employed in the same way to protect assurance provider independence in the context of sustainability. and that is what we can do within the scope of a global code.
Thank you very much. Sadia.
So I actually think that the working group found the best construct. I think if I didn't have the papers in front of me, I would have naturally gone to that thinking that you go to 4A, and then you have to think, if you're not the auditor, you're in 5. I do appreciate that fees is an intricate subject, and that's probably the reason why we're getting a lot of questions on the understandability. I also just want to remind the board that the fees provisions are only effective for the last 6 months. So the adoption of fees is new. And we also have a post-implementation review of fees in a few years' time. So there are interesting questions about whether they should be seen together, and challenges on how fees should be looked at holistically. And I think those are valid, but maybe it goes onto that list that the working groups are keeping on things to look in the future on further considerations. Today, I had to go back to the frequently asked questions, and I think that there's valuable information in understanding the fee provisions and what they're getting at, and that might help in being lifted and putting into the explanatory memorandum in reading these provisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Paul, please.
Thanks so much. I think that this is where the not being the accountant in the room comes the challenges. But just going back to Jens's point, I think was so clear on that. Should there be 3 blocks of audit, assurance, and then non-audit, non-assurance components? Because how do we deal with this reality that a sustainability assurance fee could be so high as to incentivize greenwashing, and how are we managing that reality with the kind of conversation we're having? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paul. Christelle, do you want to come in again?
Just, if I understand well, the application material that already exists on fees is answering to the question of, is sustainability assurance fees putting in danger on independence of an auditor? That's the answer that I hear. Yes. And the only, not enemy, but the only tricky things is when a regulation is a little bit blunt and too much of an automatic thinking, and that might impair the capacity of auditors of making sustainability assurance missions, because they would go over a specific threshold. But this is not the code to address that thing. That's how I understand the situation.
Also, because this is principles based again, and then there is room, I think, and flexibility to adjust as needed when we have concrete situations where jurisdictions have certain options, which might make this complicated. But I think that I'm anticipating the response, but I think that the response to the Christelle's question is yes, the application material applies.
Yes, exactly. So it's if we don't have a part 5, and then what we have now in part 4A would address the sustainability assurance fees, because now we are just using the concept that has been approved as part of the fees project and just effective for, as Sadia mentions, for 6 months. So basically, there is no changes to part 4A. And just to respond to Paul's question as well, in the slide we have the audit fees and non-audit fees, because that's the main comparison. But as Jens mentioned, that when we are developed the application material, we really build in that there are different type of fees, and though the nature of the fees need to be taken into consideration when evaluating the large proportion. So I could put on more columns in that sense, but the main determination is between the audit fees and non-audit fees. But that doesn't matter that whatever is in the non-audit fees blocks would have the same would fall under the same evaluation, if it makes.
Okay, Begonia, Ken, who comes first? Begonia, please.
Thank you. Well, I've been doubting to take the floor or not, because sometimes I thought I understood, sometimes I got completely lost. So I must confess the discussion has been very interesting, but at the same time, I have many doubts about, or some doubts about what you are really saying with this. We are talking about independence. We were talking about rotation before, and I am not sure if, depending on if the sustainability engagement is in 4A or in 5, the solution is different. I understood that when you talk about rotation, doesn't matter if the engagement is in 4A or 5, then it counts for the 7 years. Yeah, but here, when we talk about fees, it seems it's not the same. And then if the engagement is in 4A, then it is considered as NES, different to audit, right? While if you are talking about part B, the engagement then goes in which column? Assuming the same individual, the same practitioner does the audit and the sustainability engagement. In that case, which is not here. No, I understood that this table doesn't consider that. This table considers that part 5 is when the provider is another practitioner. But in the assumption that the provider is an accountant, a public accountant, an auditor, then my question is, how do you consider these fees obtained with the sustainability engagement? Is part of the audit or is in the column of non-audit? And in that case, so I think I don't completely understand. If we are talking about principal ideas, I perceive there is an inconsistency in this. So maybe I'm wrong perhaps, but I'm a bit confused about it. Thank you.
Hopefully. Okay, let me try to help. So on the 4A side, the overriding consideration is the auditor independent to give their audit opinion? So from a fees perspective, what could impact on the auditor's independence? It is other fees that they earn from that client. So therefore, what you're doing is you're looking at the audit fee, and the lens against that is all of the other fees that they earn, and you're seeing whether or not that threatens their independence. So where you're not the auditor, the most important thing you're being asked to do is give your conclusion or give your report on the sustainability information. So we're saying, what could threaten your ability or your independence to give that conclusion? What could undermine it? And the answer is the same. It's other money that you earn from that client that could undermine your independence. So the only difference between part 4 and part 5 is in part 5, you don't earn a fee for the audit. But the consideration is, do your other fees risk undermining your independence to give an opinion or a conclusion on your sustainability assurance engagement? And it's just that in the context of an audit, that the primary consideration is, do the other fees you earn threaten your independence to give an audit opinion? I think Jens is going to add to this.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that in this example, part 5, it is relevant for an PA and for a non-PA. But the only difference to the left-hand part is that there is no audit engagement on the financial. There is no in this by the same practitioner. And that's why you are in part 5. But as soon as the provider is also the auditor, you are automatically in 4A. So that's why there is no contradiction and there is no gap, just to clarify. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, and also because I think the approach that we are taking to part 5 or the global infrastructure that we are creating is that if you are an auditor, part 5 applies, but you still have to comply or to apply part 4A as well. You're not free from that. So in that circumstance, everything that is in part 4A applies together with what is on part 5. So yeah, I don't know, Begonia, if it's clear now. Okay, thank you. And finally, Ken, sorry for making you wait for so long. But
Not at all, not at all. I must say that this discussion has been just fascinating. I was part of the Lisbon workstream discussions. And I must admit, maybe I didn't think sufficiently hard about all the questions that have been raised today. And as I say, it's just been an amazing discussion. And I think it just illustrates that this issue is really a very important issue. But to my mind, as Gabriela has said, it is a strategic issue, but it is also a public interest issue. In terms of observations, I would say I do have a degree of sympathy for those who've raised those questions about whether we are bucketing the sustainability assurance fee in the right place. Christelle has raised the question, Luigi, I think Sumnam to some extent, and Rania certainly, but some of you have raised that question, and I can see a bit of that sympathy. Also because, Rania, to what you have said, and what I was going to comment earlier on, if you hadn't come in, is yes, the destination is integrated reporting. And why I raise this point that this issue is going to be an issue of public interest is that where this board lands on the final position on this issue potentially could have an impact on how fast and how effectively the market moves towards integrated reporting. Because at the moment, if you can imagine, to use your example, if you were to have an audit firm that is commissioned to undertake a sustainability assurance, and let us say for the sake of argument, that the fee for the sustainability assurance engagement is double the fee for the audit, 60,000, because the scope is so large, etc. The effect of staying with the current provision, or as outlined in the table on the screen, is that the fee for the non-audit services would be considered so significant relative to the audit fee that the firm would consider the threats to be basically too significant, that the firm should not take on the sustainability assurance engagement. So therefore, the impact of this position would be to preclude the firm from actually providing the sustainability assurance to the audit client in this case. And the audit client might well be precisely wanting to be going into integrated reporting, to be marrying the financial and the non-financial, and to have the same firm performing the engagement. And where the public interest consideration comes into play is that, and we have heard the same argument on the roundtables, our stakeholders have been saying it is in the public interest for the same practitioner to have a holistic view of both sides in order to be able to respond to issues of material misstatement, whether they are on the financial side or the non-financial side. So as I say, where the board lands on this issue has the potential to impact market practice and the direction towards integrated reporting. What I would also say is, in terms of how we think about the issue of congruence, and maybe that's a bit where Begonia was going, and maybe to some extent Christelle has weighed in as well. We have taken the position in relation to non-association that we need to consider the sustainability assurance in weighing the length of time the engagement leader has served and has served the particular client. And therefore, there may be a perception that perhaps there is a bit of inconsistency, or as I say, degree of incongruence in the code if for purposes of long association, we're treating the audit and the sustainability assurance as essentially being the one and the same thing. But when it comes to assessing the proportion of fees, actually we're taking a different approach. And does that make sense? And maybe my final point is maybe a point for the board to consider. Are we being constrained by the sandbox that the board has been sort of operating in developing the current fee provisions? Because at the time the fee provisions were finalized, essentially, maybe sustainability assurance wasn't as visible on everybody's radar screens and so forth. But where we're going now, essentially, well, maybe it's a different sandbox. So is this issue calling to attention in need to open up the fees provision and actually address circumstances where the firm is performing both the audit and the sustainability assurance engagement, and therefore come up with another category of fees that would combine both? And in that case, where the firm is performing both the audit and the sustainability assurance engagement, you would have a different calculation, so to speak. So in other words, it's a sandbox issue that the board has to consider, and it doesn't matter where the board lands, but as long as there's a justification, there's a rationale for it.
Thank you very much for those considerations, Ken. Well, I see that the discussion will continue, but just before giving back the floor to Mark to react to your considerations, my response would be to your last point. We shouldn't be constrained, although we have operational and practical constraints in reopening things that we have done recently and creating another sandbox. But this should not be the reason for us not to do, or at least considering doing what we have to do. But again, I think that at the end and at the start, this is a discussion about the rationale and the substance, more than about the boxes or the framework or whatever. It's about how we see an auditor providing sustainability assurance services, and how we see or not that these two different services, at least as they are now, can, or the fact that the auditor is providing the two different types of services can impact its independence when providing audit services. I think this is the question. And then we have, of course, and thank you very much for raising those topics. We have all these constraints ahead of us, but I think that we should start by responding to this question, because if we think that this is one and the same thing, and that there is no risk for in terms of independence, then we should go down that road and see what we can do. Otherwise, I think that this framework, I think, is fine is fit for purpose, and we should accept it. But still, an open discussion as far as I see from what's being said around the table. So, Mark.
Thank you. So I think that's a really helpful explanation, Ken, but I'd make a couple of comments, and I think I'd strongly recommend that colleagues consider them. Firstly, I'm very mindful of Sadia's earlier intervention, which is the fees provisions themselves are recent. And therefore, are we on a burning platform that require us to unpick the fees provisions? I think no. Because although there is a direction of travel in respect of sustainability engagements and how they will change, many of those changes that would require us to revisit the fees provisions are matters for law and regulation. And law or regulation moves a lot slower than all of us think it will move. And therefore, if there's a need, that need might not come up for quite a long time. We have an effective principles-based framework which reflects where audit sits and reflects where other assurance engagements sit. And I think we have to look at this in the context of the digestibility of what we're asking people to deal with as changes to the code. We've got some really big changes already in the pipeline. Sustainability will be another very significant change in the pipeline. And I'm not persuaded, unless there's a burning platform, which I do not see, that we should be unpicking what we already have. And actually, if there is a point at which we have to look again at the fees provisions, it's on the back of the post-implementation review that we've already committed to carry out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Sadia.
I just want to caution, but I want to go back to the point about long association versus fees and whether we're using the same construct. I think that the working group has taken the position to either maintain the stringentness of the code or increase the stringentness of the code. In relation to fees, if we go down the road of considering whether sustainability assurance and audit should be considered the same, in this paragraph that we're looking at, that's 410.11A1, we're actually watering down that requirement. And I would be against that because that's not in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. Hector.
Sorry, I told you yesterday that I would ask for your patience because I'm new and here I think I'm going to exercise that right. I had to regulate in my country the fees section of auditors, and we were always thinking about other fees, tax that could undermine independence, because the audit fee was decided by shareholders and usually by presentation of competitive offers. I don't know if that's the practice in all countries. I think it is. But the assurance on sustainability, I don't think follows that route. So it's the management picking on one company without any competition necessarily. And I don't know if that should be a consideration for independence that makes it different than in the audit context. Because here you may have the management throwing buckets of money into an assurance professional for the sustainability reporting without shareholders' intervention, and what the impact on their independence is without all these safeguards. I don't know if that's something we should consider or not. And sorry if this derails a little bit the discussion, but thinking from my experience, the absence of shareholder intervention in the selection of the assurance professionals might be something that maybe we should address.
So I think your instinct is absolutely right, Hector, which is, yes, in an audit engagement, the shareholders, do have a role in the approval of the audit fee, which of course is not the case in other engagements where management is effectively setting the fee. We also, and I think it goes back to the earlier point that Channa made, which is where the auditor is providing those additional services, we do have transparency because there's a requirement to disclose the audit fee and other fees that are earned by the auditor providing other services. So the shareholder does have visibility of that information and is able to challenge that if they feel it's an unjustified amount. However, of course, there is no similar disclosure requirement that applies where it's not an auditor. And so therefore that's what makes the requirements that we have around fees in the code of such importance, because it tries to provide a similar level of transparency and openness that would align with a situation where the auditor is providing those services. So actually, I think it's a very important point to consider, and that what we're trying to do is through disclosure and through consideration of these sorts of matters, provide a similar lens to consider some of these things through.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, Hector, please.
Just to make sure, if we fall in part 5 because it's not an auditor providing the assurance services, would the current drafting of part 5 provide for that disclosure to shareholders?
Well, the disclosure requirement comes in many countries through, well, as Channa said, in Australia through, I think, the Corporations Act, and in our case through the Companies Act, which has a disclosure obligation on certain fees. But what tends to happen is the fees that are paid to the auditor are subject to an enhanced disclosure, and then any other fees that are paid for other assurance or non-audit services work are shown together in aggregate, but they're not broken out by provider.
The thing is that if you are thinking about the public interest and we want to provide independence and ethics of other people in part 5 that are not necessary PAs, my question is whether we should recommend that this is disclosed in a similar way as, maybe it's not the role of the code, but would make sense to have a similar level of transparency.
So the challenge that we'd have there is that we don't have any ability through the code to mandate that disclosure, because the disclosure requirement sits on the company that is commissioning the service, not on the provider of that service. However, there are requirements that you can have, for instance, over transparency, whereby the fees are reported to the audit committee of the entity. You know, there's disclosure to those charged with governance. So things like that are worthy of consideration, but they wouldn't achieve public disclosure in the same way that reporting in the financial statements exists. Sylvia, do you want to add?
Yeah, because in the code, we also have the public disclosure. We call it the public disclosure requirement. It's not the requirement for the entity, but there is an encouragement for the entity to disclose this information. And in case the entity doesn't disclose that, there is a requirement for the firm to find an appropriate way to make it available for the public. So in that sense, as Mark mentioned, we cannot require the client, but there is an encouragement and there is a default, it's not the right word, but there is an obligation for the firm to seek ways to make it publicly available.
And just to be clear, Hector, this is a disclosure provision in our code for public interest entities. So it does address your question. There is already a provision that addresses disclosure, but after consideration of any requirement under law or regulation. And if there aren't any of those requirements, then it will fall back onto the audit firm to make that disclosure.
Thank you. And finally, Rania, Hector, is it okay?
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I know I've spoken a lot. I just want to make 3 final points. So honestly, I've been listening to the discussion, and I can really appreciate the position that the task force has at this point, and I'm honestly almost convinced. But let me just play the devil's advocate one more time, okay, and tell you this. So right now, if we keep, as Ken referred to it, a bucketing issue, if we keep the categorization the way it is, okay, I recognize that. I mean, when it was audit versus non-audit, there were several threats that the code was trying to preempt. One of them is the self-review threat, and the other one is the fact that, you know, the fees would be too large from one particular economic dependency or financial dependency on a given client. So this is understandable. But I think when, in this case, we're talking about audit versus sustainability assurance, I don't think the self-review threat is there. I think it's no longer there. So that leaves us with one threat, which is basically the issue of financial dependency, which I think would be covered by the 15% threshold. So
no, the 15% threshold is a different issue. It's what you're addressing, Rania, if you will forgive me, is a self-interest threat.
Okay.
And it is a consideration of that self-interest threat in the context of applying the conceptual framework. So it is a consideration of the threats. It's not a fixed threshold where a prohibition will kick in.
Okay, okay, but I mean, it's there. It is there. That's what I'm saying. My point is, if you think the threat is mostly that you're looking at the fees as a total from the client, the total fees from the client, rather than the division of the fees, or the different types of fees that you're getting because of the different services. So if you look at it from that point of view, you're sort of covered because this is how the code addresses it. So, and I would put this is for that reason. In my opinion, I am more in favor of changing the bucketing towards assurance versus non-assurance because of basically two things. The example that you gave, Ken, when you said that, okay, assume in a situation where we have a client, let's say we wanted to give them sustainability assurance services, we would be charging them 60,000 versus an audit, financial statement audit for 30,000. I think as an audit firm, we'd probably want to go for the sustainability assurance and not the financial statement audit. In the future, in my opinion, we're changing the demographics of the professional accountancy profession. This is one, I mean, that will have an impact, I think. And second, in my opinion, if the main threat is addressed by looking at the fees as a total, then and given that ultimately we can all agree that the ultimate destination is integrated reporting, then why not be ahead of the curve? Since the main threat, and going back to what Gabriella said, the main issue is what are the risks involved? If we are addressing those risks somehow by some provision within the code, and this provision is basically looking, or if we look at we focus more on the total fees from a single client rather than the division of fees, then we are addressing the main threat. Then why not be ahead of the curve and be and just like focus on the final destination, because this is a profession that is changing very, very rapidly. And one final point I want to say, I was looking last night at the accountability website. It's a very interesting website. So they have this, the sustainability, the ecosystem, the map. And if you're looking at the assurers, most of them are PW, the big four, PwC, EY. I mean, so you're looking at I mean, this is the future. Ultimately, I think the decisions we make today might very well have an impact on the shape of the profession, the demographic of the profession. And I think we have a responsibility to factor this in. Of course, the main thing is the risk. If it's covered, then why not address other issues as well? Thank you very much.
So I think that the point is a difficult one for me to agree to, because the threat to independence is ultimately seen through the lens of the audit or assurance provider having earnings from outside of that engagement that are so significant it might threaten their independence and also their integrity to be able to issue the right opinion on an audit or on an assurance engagement. So bucketing everything together is unhelpful, because the reference point is either the audit in the 4A example, or in the context of someone providing an assurance engagement, it's in the context of the fee for that sustainability assurance engagement. So that's always the reference point. You can't bucket it together. Now, with regards to future proofing, I've been looking at integrated reporting since 2003, when the Crown Estate started doing integrated reporting, and everyone told me everyone would have picked it up within a couple of years. And here we are 20 years later, and we're still waiting for legal and regulatory frameworks to catch up. So again, I fail to be persuaded that there is a burning platform that requires us to change the underlying fees provision in a way that would undermine the protections that the code currently provides in respect of any consideration of threats to the fundamental principles arising from the fees that are earned from either the provision of an audit engagement and non-audit services, or an assurance engagement and non-assurance services. And again, returning to our jumping off point, which is what we have to do, is do something which is equivalent, because again, that's the challenge that was set out in the CSRD, and that's the approach that the board decided. To do anything other risks changing the provision in a way that might be fit for purpose at some point in the future, but is not fit for purpose at the moment. So I think it's something, again, that I would go back and say, it feeds into the point that Sadia raised earlier, which is there is going to be a post-implementation review of the fees provision. And these questions are all relevant to feed into that post-implementation review. But it's not about changing an underlying principle, which is about how to evaluate the threats to independence from different types of fees earned, whether you are an auditor or an assurance provider, being either a PA or not a PA.
Thank you very much. Mark, Ken, do you still want to comment?
Yeah, I am very conscious we're way over time in terms of our time allocated for at least this part of the workstream 1 discussion. But if I may suggest a way forward, Gabriela, and that is that we will put this question out for consultation and ask for stakeholders' input in terms of how they would see how they would see the way forward on this issue. So whether it would be appropriate to stay with the current trajectory on the proportion of the issue, or whether the board should, in fact, address basically the treatment of the audit and sustainability assurance engagement as being, in effect, one and the same type of engagement, and therefore considering the fee as one part. So it is a matter that I would put forward to the board, that the board need not make a decision today, but going out to market and soliciting stakeholders' views on this issue with the proviso that workstream 1 will set out very clearly its articulation of its rationale for why it is proposing to stay with the current approach.
Yeah, Ken, that's exactly what I was going to add. I'm fine with consulting on this topic and not deciding it here around the table. Again, I was anticipating that this was going to be probably the most difficult topic that we would have to address. It goes into the core of the rationale of the standards, but it goes into the pockets as well. Very clearly. So, I mean, and that's also what we are speaking about. So it's there is a lot of considerations here that will have to be taken on board. Considerations, the rationale and the public interests at the start and at the end. And when we have clear, or our stakeholders have clear, what does the public interest require in this case, then we will have to address the fact that the fees have been framework has been changed recently, that we may have to work in a different sandbox, that the CSRD has already made a decision in that respect, and so we may want to be consistent or not with a lot of considerations. But I agree. I think this is a sufficiently complex and strategic question and issue for the public interest, that we should be really be go out with some more to get some more input. What I was going to add was exactly what you said at the end, is that I think that this needs a little bit more work in terms of preparing the question, in terms that we can give the stakeholders all the elements of the question. All the risks, all the considerations, all the constraints that we will face, all the consequences, etc. And one last word, this that I'm going to say means nothing, means not that I'm agree or disagree or whatever, but responding to something that was said by Rania, when you said well, at the end, we are going into the direction of integrated reporting. We will have what we will have if we look at accountability. It's the big firms doing everything. This is going to be the future. This may work against that direction because we know that there are political considerations and political, that's what we are talking about, considerations against that result and direction. So this is not for us to address them for sure, but we have to take them into consideration as well. So yeah. Sorry, Begonia, I hadn't seen that you wanted to speak.
No, just to add that I think the idea to introduce this as the consultation from a public interest perspective is quite a good solution. Well, solution, an idea, just to explain better the two things, the two possibilities, and then see what the stakeholders think about it. Good point. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. So yeah, I think that in a nutshell, Ken's suggestion, I think it's a good suggestion, but the task force will consider it in further discussions that I'm sure that the task force will have to have around this topic. Felicia, do you still want to speak?
Just a quick one. I also had a suggestion that if we could have another staff questions and answers. If you look at the revised fee-related provisions of the code, there's a staff questions and answers that were issued out in Jan last year. So is there a possibility of also doing something, maybe to update it based on what is being proposed?
You mean on NAS and fees?
Yes, on the fees. Maybe is that something that could be?
I think that we can, but only after we reach some conclusions before. But yeah, I think so. But
what I'm just trying to see, is it good to also go through the public consultation, since I think majority of the board understands, but this is something that we just avoid also going back and forth.
I would wait until the board has completed its consultation before doing anything in the staff document, because we have to see what where the board will land on this issue.
Okay, Rich. Okay, thank you. Begonia, do you still want to speak? So thank you very much. We are 40 minutes late. I'm sorry for my very bad management of the time, but the topic and the interest that it raised around the table is to blame. So let's stop for 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, I'd probably suggest 15 minutes, recognizing that lunchtime is just around the corner. So 15 minutes, if which will equate to almost 12 noon anyway in Eastern time. Thank you.
Thank you. thank you for being back, and sorry for this short break after such a long discussion. But the discussion was necessary, and the break as well. But yeah, we still have some time before lunchtime for some other discussions. Now, with respect to the discussion on fees, the task force will go back to the topic and discuss it a little bit further and see what follow-up approach should be taken, will be taken with respect to this very critical and polemic issue and proposal. And now, Mark, on engagement partner versus engagement leader. Sylvia, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So the next topic we would like to discuss is regarding the terminology and using more neutral terms in part 5. And one of the terms we have identified so far is the partner and engagement partner. So in the context of the audit engagement, part 4A sets out independence provisions both to the engagement partner and also for other partners in the firm. Based on the outreach we have carried out so far, and also what we have heard from IESB, for non-PAs, the partner may not be sufficiently neutral, and probably this term does not really reflect the current structures of the non-accounting firm that these firms usually do not operate under a partnership structure. So based on that argument, IESB already decided to use the term engagement leader instead of the engagement partner. So at the task force level, we also took this argument into consideration and considered that what are the other potential terms that we can use to make part 5 more neutral. So what we considered that currently the code does not provide a definition for partner. However, IESB standards define the partner as any individual with authority to bind the firm with respect to the performance of a professional service engagement. So what we considered that basically we would like to find something that it's equivalent to this partner engagement partner. So we don't want to change the circle of the individuals they are covering. Really, the objective is to find a better description, a better term for indicating these individuals. And on the next slide, so it's the proposal that you can find in the glossary as well. So as I mentioned, while IESB is focusing on the engagement leader because their standards sets out requirements for the engagement leader. However, in a couple of sections on the codes, there is already a requirement not only for the engagement partner, but only for other partners. So the code addressing the independence of these other partners in the firm as well. So the first that we consider that how can we refer to someone that is equivalent to the partner, and the term that we find is the service leader. So this in line with the determination of the partner in IESB standards, we propose that the service leader would cover any individual with authority to bind the firm with respect to the performance of an engagement for a sustainability assurance client. So as you can see from the previous slides, it theory resonates with the partner definition. The only thing that we have changed is we are not referring to the professional services engagements, but we are referring to the engagements for the sustainability assurance client. So this is in line with the workstream 2 proposals as well. And then based on that definition, the engagement leader would also use a reference to the service leader and other individuals. But the definition that you can see on the slides to the engagement leader is really the same. That's the current definition for the engagement partner, but using more neutral terms. These two definitions, so the engagement leader definition is, by the way, in line with what IESB is proposing to use in ISSA 5000. However, we are not using the partner, not even in the definition. So in part 5, there would be no reference to partners, only to service leaders and engagement leaders. and we will pause here to collect comments on the proposed definitions.
Thank you, Sylvia. Comments welcome. Christelle.
So when I read this service leader definition, if I put myself into the business world outside of PA firms, this means that an executive that has power to engage its company is a service leader here, yeah? Be it because in his company, he's selling some goods, some other types of services, etc. He will be concerned by, he will be a service leader in the code, right? While the engagement leader, I understand what it is, and it is purely attached to the assurance spectrum. So just for me to understand that if we agree that this is a very large definition as service leader, what kind of requirements, obligation are you putting on the service leader? So that I understand
If I might,
what the
Christelle,
consequence is.
the service leader is anyone within the firm who has the authority to bind the firm with respect to the performance of an engagement for sustainability.
No, here it's the assurance client. But if you sell goods to this client, then you are an executive that is empowered to sell goods to this client, you are concerned. Am I right? Maybe it's not the intent, but that's how I read it.
So what the thinking was with this, Christelle, is that effectively it's trying to say what is the parallel to a partner in a sustainability assurance engagement without using the term partner, because non-PAs, as you say, in a business context won't do it. So normally the hook in the IESBA definition is basically this thing of binding the firm is that if you were doing this engagement, who's the person who would sign the report and sign the engagement letter? And this is intended to be the same. So that individual gets treated as a partner for the purposes of the code. However, if it was, say, somebody in the business development part of that business who was going around just to have conversations about, you know, do you want to buy our sustainability services, then it wouldn't bind them in the same way. It would only apply where you've got an individual who's signing the engagement letter or signing the report.
Is it clear?
I'm still struggling with the difference between the concept that we want to introduce or translate and the concept I read, which is with respect to the performance of an engagement for a sustainability assurance client, meaning that a person that might engage the company or firm or whatever for any other type of engagement to the same client would be concerned.
It's not the person in the company who is engaging the assurance provider. It is.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I use the term company because we are not in the non-PA world. These are companies.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And so they have a lot of other type of services. They might be so the notion of partnership in the audit is something quite homogeneous, yes, in terms of it is addressing the world of audit and other assurance services. We know that we are struggling with the notion of a firm within outside of the PA world, and if we use terms that could be interpreted on a very large understanding, we might go beyond what we intend to do. That's my only.
And I suppose that the easy answer to your question is that rather than service leader, it would probably be director, but director would catch an enormous number of people. And what we're actually trying to do is to say, who is responsible for delivering this assurance engagement? So who is the person who leads the team that delivers your sustainability assurance engagement in a non-PA firm? Now, I can guarantee you that nowhere on the globe will you find that person being called service leader. But we've actually got to use that as a proxy and define it in a way that says, basically, the service leader is the individual who is responsible for leading and delivering the sustainability assurance engagement on behalf of a firm that is not a professional accountancy firm.
Okay, so would it be more to the point to say that any individual with authority to bind a firm with respect to the performance of a sustainability assurance engagement? Then you are to the point of the assurance engagement, not on an engagement to which could be of other nature to an assurance client.
I think the intention here is to be a bit broader, so not just focusing on the sustainability assurance engagement, similarly to what's in the part 4 section, because there we are dealing with the engagement partner, but also other partners at the firm as well, who are not necessarily on audit, based on my understanding. So if we just focus here on the sustainability assurance engagement, that would be narrower than what we are having in the audit. So that's why we focused on every other engagement that could be provided to the sustainability assurance client.
So if you took Christelle's wording to just try and use your wording in a broader context, you might say any individual with authority to bind the firm with respect to the performance of a sustainability engagement or another type of engagement, reflecting the fact that it's not just sustainability, it could be a non-audit, so a non-assurance service for that sustainability assurance thing. So the wording there is intended to say, it's the sustainability engagement itself, but it's also reflecting that in that entity there may be people who say, well, I'm going to advise you on your information systems that you use to support your reporting. So it would catch the person leading that engagement as well. But I think it's a difficulty because we sort of have to make a choice, which is it's very easy in the world of auditors because you've got partner as a defined term and a well-established concept, but there is no single equivalent to partner in this very diverse market that exists out there. Go on, Keith, were you going to add?
Yeah, I just want to, because obviously at the end of the day, the real concern is what is the scope, what is the impact on individuals in the organisation. Many of the requirements in the code apply, for example, to partners and other employees, and therefore this distinction doesn't matter too much because actually what you're saying is what everybody who works for that organisation in effect. But there are just, and I think it's literally there are only a couple of requirements that are specific to partners only. One of them is in financial interests, where there are limits on financial interest, for example, to any other partner in an office. And there's another requirement, I can't remember exactly where it is immediately offhand, but there's another requirement that relates specifically to any partner of the firm. Those are literally the only two requirements where we really have to sort of worry about, well, in a corporate structure, for example, who is the partner equivalent then? Because I think where the code was originally written, you're really talking about, well, it's sort of like ownership and control and who's actually able to influence an engagement, even if they're not directly involved in that engagement. And then may well be, senior partners in a firm, they're not directly involved in engagement, but if they have financial interests in that client, then there's obviously a threat that might say that they would seek to use their position to try and influence the audit, would be the concern. but there is literally only a couple of requirements where this comes in. So I know we still need to sort out what's the right words, but I wouldn't want the board to think that this is some sort of major issue. It's really just trying to sort out what's the right term, really to just help us deal with literally a couple of requirements in the code. So I wouldn't want us to overblow it, but it is something that we do need to sort out and get the right term or equivalent and to make sure we capture the right people.
Okay, thank you, Keith. Luigi.
Yeah, and thank you, Keith, for clarifying this point, because it was really what I was thinking. And for this reason, I think that the definition as it is written now, it seems to me too narrow if we compare it with the definition of partner, because we may have arbitrage or something like that, where we have individuals that who can commit the entity, but we let's say an entity, a company could work in a way that while they could commit the company, they are not assigned to any assurance client or sustainability assurance client. And so being in the same office with the ability to commit the firm and basically being equivalent of a partner, they would not be subject to this requirement, which seems to me pretty odd. So I wonder whether it is possible to consider canceling for the sustainability assurance client, because this would make this definition very equivalent to the definition of the partner.
So your suggestion would be that this would stop after engagement.
Can I just check, Luigi? Would that work if we deleted for a sustainability assurance client? Would it be helpful, as I was saying in response to Christelle earlier, to say the performance of a sustainability or another type of engagement?
Yes, I think so. Well, the point is that it should be everyone with the power to commit the company, notwithstanding the type of engagement or the type of client.
So the reason we chose to use this phrase at the end, because the partner definition referring to professional services, that's the broadest context, but it's giving some issues because we are, based on our understanding, Workstream 2 is proposing some changes to the professional services. So I think that's something that we will work together with Workstream 2 and see that what are the terms that we can use here. So that would fit to the concept of the sustainability assurance.
Yeah, it is up to you to find a solution. My point is that if we would like the two terms to be equivalent, we need to identify all those that have the role of partner, even in a war where there is no partner. And so basically, if someone has the power to commit a company in delivering services, whichever they are, and to any client, they are in fact partners. In the sense that partner is used so far in the extant code. It could be different for products. I don't know whether we would like to explore even this difference, but at least for engagement, I think that the equivalence would be an easy job to reach.
Thank you, Luigi. Hector.
Again, just a question to make sure I understand. I assume that in audit firms, it's sales fall on the shoulders of partners. It's a partner selling to a client. In other non-PA firms, you may have a salesperson that is able to commit because there are some products and some services that you are selling. And this person will be only doing marketing and trying to collect clients, but has no intervention whatsoever in the services that are going to be rendered. Maybe doesn't even know how they're done. It's just a really good salesperson. And this definition, the way I read it, and I felt like what Christelle was saying, could make it as a partner to somebody that it's only selling services, maybe for a finder's fee, and not really having any participation in the assurance service. So I'm not sure if this makes sense for the purpose of the definition and the reason why we have it.
Thank you, Hector. I don't know if Sylvia or Mark want to respond.
No, only to say that you are right, Hector, that in the context of the audit, yes, it does fall on the partner. And the reason that the IESBA use this ability to bind the firm is that, as Keith said, as a partner, you're subject to certain personal financial independence requirements. What this does is it avoids a situation where you say, okay, well, in that case, I'll get a director to sign the engagement letter and they're not subject to the personal fund, but they can still bind the firm. So that's why it works in that way. As you say, in this market, you may have people who have a different purpose, where their role is not to deliver the engagement, it's actually to go out and find work and market work. And therefore, as I said, what we have is a proxy. It may not be a good proxy. And one of the things that we will have to do, probably through the reference group and probably also ultimately, when we're setting out the basis for our consultation, is say, well, we've used this term as a proxy. Is there a better proxy that we could use? But because we're not talking about a regulated industry in the same way, we don't have a sort of partner equivalent.
Thank you, Mark.
Sorry, just one more thing, that based on that comment, I think we will have a look at the independence provisions that includes, and see whether there is a need to involve these individuals, because as Keith mentioned, in some of the requirements, it's not just for partners but for employees, so they should be involved. So we will have a look at it and see if it's in the public interest for these individuals to be involved at all.
I've just checked back on my notes, and the areas where there's sort of a requirement specific to partners, wherever they are in the firm, whether or not they're involved in the engagement, but just if you happen to be a partner, but not other employees, is in relation to financial interests and employment with a client. Most of the other requirements that involve partners also tie in all other employees as well. So that's not really a specific issue in terms of scoping. It's just those two areas of financial interest and employment with a client where you think, who is it we're actually trying to impose these requirements on, and why? And I guess having viewed a different structure of a non-partnership.
Thank you. Keith. Christelle? No.
Yeah, just to warn that in the binding of a company can be done in a lot of ways depending on the regulations, and you don't have to have of course, to be clear for the person who is doing that, you have to have power, a delegation of power. But for the outside, the company might be binded by any of its employees. So just food for thought. And so what we don't want, if I understand well, is that the expression that we use would make it an obligation for any employees to be financially independent, while you are targeting a certain type of employees.
There are financial interest restrictions on employees as well.
Okay, so
but there are some more stringent ones on
more
partners.
stringent.
So
Okay.
that's where the
concern.
Okay, thank you. Ken?
Thank you, Gabriela. I must say that, as I look at the definition now, it does strike me that, like Luigi, I do see this definition as being unduly constrained or narrow in scope than perhaps we might have intended. And I'm not sure, Sylvia, that this is really dependent on workstream 2, because we're dealing with independence here. So this is really squarely within workstream 1. So I'm not sure it really depends on what workstream 2 should be doing on the definition.
It's only depending based on the terms that they are using. So the reason because in the partner definition, there's a reference to professional services. We didn't want to use professional services given that it's being revisited by workstream 2. So we will go back to that and see where workstream 2 will land today regarding their proposals. And we understand the intent that probably it's a bit more or too narrow. So we will come up with a better term for that. But it wasn't the intention to narrow it down. It's just simply we used a different term because we believe that we cannot use the professional services.
And clearly this term is not the right one, but Mark has articulated an approach that, to my mind, would work, basically focusing on the performance of an engagement, generally speaking, whether it's a sustainability assurance or any other engagement. Right, Mark?
Yes, Ken, and I was just thinking, actually, in response to your thing of, is this unduly narrow? One of the points that Christelle just made, which may be quite helpful in looking at this, is she said in the sort of corporate construct, it might be who has been delegated authority by the company to do this. And I wonder whether it might be helpful to refer in the definition to someone having the delegated authority of the firm to act, because then it sort of doesn't make it role specific. It sort of says, have you enabled X to go and do this? In which case they fall within that definition. So we'll have a look at that when we discuss later.
And that certainly sounds right to me, Mark. But I would say as we go down that direction and explore this further, we do have to have in mind that this definition is also a definition that's used by the IESBA. So whatever changes we make to this, we ought to coordinate with them to make sure we're aligned.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. So there are no more comments. Okay, can we move forward?
Yes, we can move forward. I'm going to hand over now to Keith, who's going to go through on non-assurance services.
Something's happened. Right, there we are. So non-assurance services, these are dealt with in section 600 in the part 4A. And of course, there's also a lot of subsections dealing with various specific types of non-assurance service. There are, within the sort of opening bit of section 600 as it on its own, there are a number sort of like deals with the general principles and threats, particularly of concern in this sort of area are the risks of assuming some sort of management responsibility, and also particularly the risks of doing something which creates a self-review threat. There are other threats as well, but those are I would say those are the two main ones, but they are all covered. Now, the belief is that those threats apply equally to sustainability assurance environment. And so, you know, you have self-review threats if you're producing sustainability information for the client that you're then going to try and, or might be asked to assure, which would probably be unacceptable. So in that area, we're introducing minor changes really just to make sure that we do fit the characteristics of sustainability assurance rather than audit, and looking to change the example, for example, from being financial statement related type examples to sustainability assurance examples. When we get into the various subsections, in some areas there's an outright prohibition, but in some areas there's a sort of there is a materiality consideration. So that's important to have regard to materiality in doing is. Now, what the code is definitely not doing, or we're not as seeking to set out, is a definition of materiality. It's not the place for the code to do that, and it doesn't do it in relation to audit, and we're not proposing to do that in relation to sustainability assurance either. But it is nonetheless helpful to have some sort of discussion or explanation about materiality, because otherwise people just simply say, what do you mean? And so what we've done is we've taken the description that's in there for audit and we've adapted it to apply for sustainability assurance. And there's two main changes are in the existing part 4A, it refers to ISA 320, the audit standard on materiality. Doesn't give a definition, but it talks about the sorts of principles that are involved in determining materiality, exercise of judgment, qualitative and quantitative factors, and so on. But it doesn't give a precise definition. It doesn't say like materiality is 5% of whatever. The other thing we've introduced, so we can't refer to ISA 320 clearly. So we're referring to ISSA 5000, the equivalent, because that standard does, like ISA 320, have a discussion of what is materiality and what does it mean. Again, it doesn't give a precise definition, but it talks about the general principle. And we think that works, although some people might say, well, that's not framework neutral, is it, if you're just picking on one standard and its explanation, but actually we think it does work okay, because those explanations that are given in 320 and in ISSA 5000 are quite generic. They're broadly in line with the sorts of descriptions of discussions of materiality that they're given in all sorts of frameworks and standards and so on. They're not very framework specific. The other sort of area of materiality that gets mentioned quite a lot is recently in relation to sustainability, of course, is double materiality. And we thought, did we need to get into that or not? There were views that we should just be silent and not do it because it's framework specific. Not all frameworks will have the concept of double materiality. But we thought, given it's sort of just appears to come up so often, we thought it would help to at least just have a reference to it. And that's what we've given at the end of this paragraph, to say that some frameworks may explain what's material and considerations and looking at impact as well as financial materiality, i.e. double materiality. One area, we'll come on to the other areas, subsections of 600 in a minute, because we think, or we believe they are all generally applicable. One area where we struggled a bit with, though, was the first one, 601, which is accountancy and bookkeeping services, because that really does seem just so specific to the PA world as opposed to the sustainability assurance practitioner world. The initial thought that I had anyway was, I know from reviewing that these consultancies that are not professional accounting consultancies nonetheless provide an awful lot of these services. They provide, some of them provide pretty much all of the services that are currently in section 600. And even if they don't now, there's a chance that they may well do in the future as entities develop and people invest and build up different multidisciplinary firms. So we think they're all relevant. But this one, 601, accounting and bookkeeping, it just seemed so odd. The original approach was to keep bookkeeping and accounting and bookkeeping services there, but then had an additional or a new section, which was data and information management related to sustainability. So sort of like an equivalent, but more focused on sustainability. And it was very much built the same way. When we were looking at that in Lisbon as a task force, we thought, well, just looking at the sort of small edits that are made in 601, the original one, to try and make it fit, it just seemed like it was very, if you weren't a PA, it would all seem very complicated and a bit convoluted. So we decided actually the far simpler way was just get rid of the original 601, have a new 601, which is data and information management services. But within that, cover off, recognize that actually bookkeeping and accounting services might be one type of data or information service that you'd have. And if so, it would then this section would apply to that. So we sort of subsumed it into the new reworked 601, but very much in the way that sort of means that sustainability has the promise. Now, you've got that section in the papers. I would very much, this is very much a very early draft for that section. And it's really an area where we're going to be looking to our reference group to say, help us out here, because this is all completely new. It's very specific to your sorts of fields of knowledge. Can you make sure we've got the right examples built in the right sorts of services and so on. But the prohibitions in that, this section is again, essentially the same as 601 for accounting and bookkeeping services. So it's no good if you're preparing information that they're going to try and assure later. As I said, there are a number of other, quite a lot of other sections in there at the moment, summarized there on that slide. We looked at all those and again, having from knowledge of, as reported back in the March board meeting, knowledge of what these other consultancies do, you might look at them and think, oh, is tax really relevant to these people? Well, actually, you do go out and find that some of these consultancies do offer tax services. So yes, it is potentially relevant. So we think it's appropriate to keep all of those sections, edit them though to make it clearer that we're talking about sustainability here. So the emphasis is very much on if the service you're providing could affect the sustainability information rather than affecting the financial statements, for example. So that's really where it's clarified out there. And again, we'll be asking the reference group to look at that as well and saying, you know, have we got all the right examples in there and so on. And then the other thing we could do, then the other thing we've got to do and ask the reference group as well is, actually, are there any other services that's not included in there at the moment that these consultancies, these practitioners are providing, and maybe we ought to cover those off as well. It's hard to think of any initially specifically. Again, you can, well, if you look at their websites, you can see there's huge numbers of services they provide. But actually, if I go away and look at the websites of the big accountancy firms, move outside of the audit bit and move into their consultancy bits, there's a whole load of services there as well that are provided that we don't cover off specifically in section 600. And therefore, what we're really doing there is relying on those general principles at the beginning in the first part of 600, which is say, you know, are you addressing the management threat? Are you addressing the self-review threat? And those can apply to whatever service it is that you're doing, even if it's not covered in that list. But we will nonetheless ask the reference group if there is any other specific services that really stand out that we think ought to come in. If they do come up with some, of course, one of the considerations we might then have to make is to say, well, okay, that would seem okay, well, maybe we ought to be building that in. But actually, when we go back and look, audit firms provide those services as well to their audit clients. So are we then will be creating an imbalance, suddenly saying, well, we're covering this service now as you're in part 5, but we're not covering it specifically in audit, even though audit firms may well be providing those services. So I would say I would advise great caution before saying, yes, we'll just be add a service in, because people may turn around and say, well, surely you should be adding that into 4A as well then, shouldn't you? Because we know that audit firms provide these services as well. Training would be an example of one, for example, training to their clients. So that's very much it. Quickly, as I say, this is we're not going through. You've had some examples of the sections there. In fact, you've got all of them in the reference papers. But this is really much more sort of an area where we'll be going into more detail in September, after we've had a chance to properly have the input from the reference group and make sure that we've got it all tweaked and up to date there. So I wouldn't want to get too focused on the detailed drafting at this stage, recognizing that the reference group may well come along and say, well, you can have some better examples here and there and so on, and say, no point in taking you through it once and saying, well, ignore what you looked at last time because we've changed it all for this. But you may well have comments of principle at the moment. So those are the questions there. I hand it over to the board.
Thank you very much, Keith. Let's see what comments we have, but it's clear that this section will be of particular relevance for non-professional accountants. If we think about what we heard yesterday, for instance, about what accountability does, from their response, it seems that they are aware of possible conflicts of interest and they are already managing it in some ways, but it can be quite different with others. So they will be particularly attentive, I would say, to this section, and it's a good suggestion that we bring it to the reference group for comments. Christelle, please.
So I appreciate what Keith said about the fact that it's still work ongoing on the drafting of that, because I was a little bit puzzled with the way it was presented, particularly in the reference 11 document that we had on for the board, because reading the incompatibility list of services and having a full list of financial services as a first start, I was puzzled by the fact that it's not so easy to find the link between this service and the sustainability assurance risk, the risk on the sustainability assurance. So I would recommend that somewhere this link is more expressed if we keep in detail a financial service listed in there. And the second one, of course, we need more sustainability examples or sustainability non-PA world examples. And also, I was lacking a little bit examples that would address the fact that in the sustainability assurance world, we will have intricate aspect with the value chain information. And what if there is some kind of services on the value chain production of data that is used by the company, etc. I think this would be interesting illustrative examples that we could make, because those the question of double materiality or value chain information, etc., is not of the same issue than in financial, because if you have a financial position with your value chain, to some extent, it becomes a financial of your entity, a financial component of your entity. While here, it's just because some reporting standards are asking to introduce the value chain data in your statements.
Thank you, Christelle.
I just want to respond very quickly. Yeah, take all those points on board, Christelle. As I said at the beginning, within each of these sections here, that we are adapting for sustainability, we're making it clear that this is where this may be relevant, whether it gives rise to a threat in relation to the sustainability data information, so as opposed to financial statements. So we are picking that point up. One of the things we looked at the reference group, though, in particular, I would say, can you give us some better examples here where they come in? But they do apply. Tax services, for example, you might think, what on earth that got to do with sustainability? I can envision there will be sustainability information that may have tax information embedded within it when you consider how important it is at jurisdictional levels and so on, and how sustainability requirements may impact taxation policies and so on. So they are all relevant. I think the value chain point is a very good one. I think that is one we do need to talk about a lot. Not talk about a lot, but one we need to consider further. One of the issues that keeps being raised by various people I've spoken to is the issue of that there's a limited number of experts out there at the moment, especially in these early years. And if when you're bringing in the value chain as well, what's the problem? And you're going to rely on the information that they're producing. If you're the firm that's produced the expertise that's helped the value chain entity produce its data, are we going to introduce requirements that are going to make it very difficult for anybody to get independent assurance on various areas, because there are just so many limited numbers of experts? Now, my view would be, well, unfortunately, I don't think that's something the code can deal with. The code is saying, if you want someone to be independent, this is what it means to be independent. It very much for if regulators want to turn around and say, well, we can see an issue in our jurisdiction where that would be practically very difficult to require everybody to be completely independent of all these elements of the value chain. That's a regulatory decision they can make to say, well, we'll accept a lesser level of independence or no independence at all. And possibly maybe the answer there is you have transparency and say, we're not independent under the code, but we think it's okay to use this work because. It's a bit like when you have breaches of the code, sometimes when you disclose breaches and whether you still think that it's impacted your work or not.
Yeah, because that's a really important point, because it's almost that you don't know how far you've got to go to get to the bottom of the challenge. So you use an example where, for instance, you've got a company like, say, Walmart reporting, and if it goes out into its supply chain, it's got so many suppliers who are likely to be relying on suppliers to support their reporting, who might otherwise be other PA firms or non-PA firms. And, you know, if you were going through the sort of, if you're going through the threats and safeguards process, that might take you quite a long time to get to the bottom of it. So I think the sort of supply chain and also the scope 3 question is going to be a really quite challenging one for us to land. And one of those is, as Keith says, being very transparent over the level to which we can go. And it just recognises that some of these will be extremely complicated sort of arrangements that support the provision of information.
Thank you. Rania, please.
Just could you go back to the book, the caption on bookkeeping and accounting? So no, the slide before this. Yeah, so I definitely agree, Keith, with the suggested wording. I mean, the management of information or information management services or information management. But I think what you would need to add in there as well would be the design or assistance or support in the design of policies and procedures. Because, for example, I mean, we talk about the management of information when it comes to, let's say, sustainability that pertains, for instance, to climate. But if you're talking about compliance or anti-bribery, then it's basically the assurance will be on whether certain, procedures have been, properly designed and maintained, and so on. And so if these procedures are adequate, they are proportionate to certain, let's say, corruption risks, and so on and so forth. And so I think here the design of policies and procedures is very important. Same, for example, for inclusion. So if you want to, let's say, gender diversity, you want some information on, let's say, the proportion of gender or women or men or whatever, but you also want, let's say, recruitment information on the policies pertaining to recruitment and so on. And so I think that would be an important component, I mean, as an equivalent to bookkeeping services.
I absolutely agree, Ryan. I think thank you for that. I think that's an area where we can try and clarify that those types of activities would be included within the scope of that section as well.
Thank you so much. Sadia.
Keith, you might have answered my question, but I want to support what you were saying. So the non-assurance services is a very big part of Part 4A. And as we go through this process of seeing which applies and which doesn't apply, I think we have to look at whether there's a relevance and to try and keep the section concise, because the overarching principles are very robust in itself. I think it will also help with implementation for non-PAs, because it will have less provisions to consider, especially if they're very less likely to happen. So those two principles I would support. And I look forward to seeing what new things come into non-assurance services. And then there's some discussion on it. But as we go through that, I wondered if there's consequential amendments to Part 4B then, because of the relevance for other sustainability engagements.
Thank you, Sadia. Begonia, please.
Thank you. Well, I have a comment on the proposed definition for the materiality. And if you are, can you please go? Yeah, thank you. As you are introducing here, there's other frameworks on the double materiality. I'm thinking about the CSRD. Well, it is not clear that when the CSRD is considering the impact materiality, is thinking about users to make decisions. So if you want to talk about impact materiality, I would refer to stakeholders, how the firm, the company might affect society, the environment, and about other things such as severity, scope, etc., or not being so precise on that, but at least not narrowing it down towards the users, because the idea of users and decision making doesn't fit very well with the notion of impact materiality that characterize the double materiality concept. So I don't know how to make it better, but I would refer to stakeholders or even potential stakeholders, potential affected stakeholders, if you want to use this impact materiality. Thank you.
Thank you, Begoña. Mark, any comment?
Well, I was going to say,
Sorry for asking.
you opened Pandora's box slightly. We will see what we can do with that. But I was having a sustainability meeting a couple of weeks ago, and someone said, "Well, where you're going is great, but does it cover adaptation reporting?" And there's a whole swathe of things that can happen within the context of sustainability that require very careful and thoughtful consideration of how we apply materiality. And we recognize that there are different user considerations that in some jurisdictions move well away from the usual financial audit materiality. So I think it is something that we'll need to look at in more detail about how we develop that application material, but we might also need to think about, reluctant though I am to add ever more to our list of non-authoritative material to help with the use of this. But your question does sort of inevitably push us in that direction, because there are such a broad range of different considerations to make here, and we can set out the principles in the context of the code, but I think people are going to need some careful support and steering to get there.
Thank you, Mark. One more issue to reflect upon. Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. And I know that I'm probably the last one between you and lunch. One more slide, okay. My question perhaps is perhaps more pedestrian, if I can put it that way, and that is in relation to the extent section 601, accounting and bookkeeping services. And I know that Workstream 1 has perhaps tentatively proposed not to cover it or include it in part 5. And I just wonder whether it's really inconceivable that a firm of non-PAs would not be providing accounting and bookkeeping services. And I say this in the context of, I think, what Jens has mentioned or mentioned some time ago, that there is a firm of independent service provider that has acquired an audit firm. It might have been in Germany, Jens, but perhaps you can correct my facts. But if that's the case, and if indeed it could be that the landscape evolves to such an extent that some years down the road we have firms of non-professional accountants actually becoming multidisciplinary practices, whereby they would be doing both perhaps some accounting services, some sustainability services, and lo and behold, you have them providing accounting and bookkeeping services. So do we run the, is there a danger for this board to leave out accounting and bookkeeping services on the presumption that it's really inconceivable that they would not, in fact, be providing that type of services?
Just to be clear, Ken, as I said when I talked about that section, we're not leaving out accounting and bookkeeping services, but we thought the way to deal with them was to actually write the new section 601 on information and data management, but include within that accounting and bookkeeping service. And we do, it's specifically in there as a specific example of one of the types of services that might fall under that heading. So it is, accounting and bookkeeping services has not been thrown out the window or ignored. It is in there. It's in the new section 601 as an example of a type of service that might be addressed or provided. And the rest of that section is very much in line with the way the existing 601 is set out in terms of threats and safeguards and so on. So I think accounting and bookkeeping services is covered. Obviously, there is a question as to say, well, do we need to cover it in as much detail as the existing 601?
And that's great, Keith. And I do think it would be worth highlighting this in our explanations as we go out with the exposure draft, because it might not necessarily jump at people.
Thank you, Ken and Keith. John Pai, sorry, I haven't seen your.
Thank you. I have one concern on this topic. As for non-assurance service, I believe that it is important to consider the situation where non-PAs who are currently performing non-assurance service would possibly provide the non-assurance service in the future. So it is important for us to gather information from practitioners who are performing non-assurance service currently by input from a reference group, etc. My understanding is that current non-assurance service of sustainability reporting varies in jurisdictions. As discussed in group sustainability engagement, the scope of the independence provisions might be broader than financial statement audit. So depending on the results of information gathering, I believe it might be good to have flexibility in the code, such as transitional provisions or options. That's my comment. Thank you.
And absolutely, and transitional provisions are one of the considerations that are on our list to go through and report back on.
So thank you very much. You still have one slide about the next steps.
Oh, there we go. We do have some next steps. Well, as you can see from the discussion of the last day and a half, we've nearly finished. So you don't need to worry about this now. No, obviously we're going to be meeting later on today to feed back to the board some of the actions that will be developing as a result of these discussions. So you'll get an update later this week on that. We have a further meeting of the work stream in July, where we'll be considering, obviously, the discussions that we've had at the board this week further, and then working up the draft independent standards beyond the material that you've already got. We'll also be looking to say what input can we get from the reference group and from further stakeholder outreach as well. And obviously there's an open sort of invitation to board colleagues that if you've got stakeholder outreach that is coming your way as a result of your existing engagement with people, and you come across something interesting, then please pass it our way. And we'll try and make sure that we take account of that and factor that in. Our intention is, when we meet again in September, to have the full text for a first read, and then obviously to move to the finalisation of the exposure draft so we can get that out. As part of this, we'll be having ongoing discussions with the IESBA and other standard setting and regulatory bodies, including the IESBA as well, as they learn the lessons of their sort of implementation support as their standards come into effect and that they're rolled out. But actually, you know, the purpose of the discussions at this meeting was really to sort of move on some of the substantive issues to allow us to get on with the drafting, because if we don't have that clarity to draft, it makes it very hard to meet that September target. But one of the things that we will also think about and engage with Ken and Gabriella, but also perhaps for a discussion at the planning committee, is what comes out of our July work stream meeting that we might want to share with the board ahead of September. And the reason for that is we do recognise that you've had a very significant amount of information to digest for this meeting. And you're going to get even more significant amount of information to digest for the next meeting. I did think we could tease Hector and say it was a light board pack for his first meeting, but I resisted the temptation. But we will think about how we actually provide you with material in advance of September. And if there are things perhaps where we've got specific questions or are looking for particular input from board members, so we can move forward on those things ahead of our meeting in September, then we'll look to try and do so. But thank you to everyone for all of the questions and all of the input. Obviously, we will reflect on that when we meet as a work stream later, and we'll give further thought as to how we obviously carry on with the important work here of how do we best protect the public interest in revising the code in respect of independence for sustainability reporting and sustainability assurance engagements. So I hope that's been a useful substantive discussion, and obviously it has been quite significant in terms of the scope of things that we've covered in the code, but it's been a very useful session for us, and a reflection of the fact that for the most part our discussions in Lisbon have borne fruit, which has actually given the board some really good material to be able to work with and provide feedback on. So again, thank you to the work stream, also reflecting the fact that the work stream has been really well supported by our technical advisors as well, providing us with the bandwidth that we wouldn't have otherwise, and also to all of the work that Sylvia and Keith and Ken have done in getting us to where we've got to. And perhaps, you know, it's a big step forward from where we were in March.
Sure, Mark. It's really a giant step, and if we think a little bit back into where we were in December, it's even a bigger step. Thank you very much for that. First to you, Mark, for leading this work stream and to making it possible to have this very meaningful discussion today. To the staff, as you did, I want to reiterate my thankfulness to all those supporting the working group and to the working group as well. I think that we were scheduled to have to continue this discussion in this afternoon, but it seems that it's not necessary. Yeah, it's not necessary. So we are good, but that doesn't mean that discussion hasn't been substantive, useful, and really strategic. I think that we got it. We are getting it right and doing the right thing. I'm also thankful to the board for the commitment with these discussions, and for the very open and frank conversation around the table, which is not only desired but absolutely necessary to make sure that whatever decisions we make and whatever directions we take, we do it on the basis of robust discussions and discovery. This is really a discovery process, and that's what we are doing, because each time each one of you adds a comment or a question, we conclude that we hadn't seen the whole picture. So this is really important for us to make sure that once we go out with an exposure draft, at least we had the peace of mind of having had all the discussions that we should have had. So thank you very much. I think that I should congratulate the whole board and staff for this, and let's see what comes after. This is not the end of the story, not at all, but we still have a difficult journey ahead, but I think that we are well positioned to achieve what we want to achieve by the end of this year. Can any additional?
Two announcements, if I may, Gabriela. One is we're going to break for lunch now. After lunch, yeah, absolutely. After lunch, I would invite Vania to give the board a brief update on her participation in Corsair. And if there's anything that you would like to report, Vania, that would be the opportunity. And as we close the day today, I would ask for a brief moment with the board in executive session so we can go over the discussions that the task force had on the reference group last evening. So that would be towards the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Ken. And we will be back by 2. Okay. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. We are still missing a couple of board members, but I think that we should make a start. While we wait for them to join us, I'd just like to say one or two words before I give the floor to Christelle and Laura and Jeff. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, so before that, and I'm sorry, I'm going to give the floor to Vanya to report back on the CRESER initiative and about her performance at that event. Vanya, please.
Thank you. During that week, we have both the CRESER and the Forum of Firms happening in São Paulo in Brazil. I took part in 4 sessions for events during the conference. The first one was the Forum of Firms, where I had the opportunity of speaking just after the representative from IESBA. So he talked about the changes in the orientation for assurance in sustainability reporting and the project of IESBA. And then I spoke just afterwards about the sustainability project of IESBA. And it was, I think that it works very well because it was complementary. And we had representatives from the big auditing firms from everywhere, including the Brazilian ones. And so they were put up to date on not only what IESBA is doing, but what we are doing together. And I think that this notion that the 2 boards are working together was the main message that was passed on. The questions were very good, very objective and very positive in connection to both projects, both the IESBA and IESBA's one. And the following day, CRESER started properly, and CRESER has two sessions. One that is closed, just you can take part just by invitation. And the second one was an open conference where public in general could take part. In the morning of the first day, which was a portion of the closed event, we had a very interesting panel that David Mann was the one to organize, that had the representative of the 4 boards, IESBA, IESBA, that deals with standard for the public sector, IESBA, Tom was there, and I was representing IESBA. And the objective of this panel was exactly to bring the message that the standard setters were working together and there was no risk of inconsistencies among between the standards that one will be generating in comparison to the other, so that the communication among us was strong and intentionally in order to provide robust standards for reporting sustainability. IESBA has already embarked in that, and the idea is initially to use ISSBs as well. So according to David, it was the first ever opportunity to have the 4 standard setters displaying their projects and also the interoperability among each other, which was very well received by everyone. And another very good opportunity that we had during CRESER conference was that as we were all there, we had very strategic meetings. For example, Anne-Marie from the IPAI of IFAC was there to discuss about accountancy education and what should change when we are adding sustainability to the corporate reporting. And then David Manuel Arias and she asked me to organize some meetings with strategic institutions in Brazil that deal with education. And so we are able to meet with the Federation of Auditors, of the accountants, of the listed companies, and representative from the main business institutions that are dedicated to education of professionals in Brazil, in order to discuss what's happening and what they should be prepared to do as well. But some of these meetings were also in connection to IESBA. Verity Chegar, which is who is a board member of IESBA, was there, and we met with the same institutions, sometimes together with IPAI, sometimes in individual sessions. And we also had the opportunity to go to the Brazilian Stock and Exchange and make a presentation, IESBA, and I spoke in the name of IESBA about the project for sustainability reporting. And yesterday I was in Frankfurt for the Integrated Reporting Conference. IESBA asked me to go there to more or less repeat the presentation given in Brazil. And it was part of the initiative that they are conducting in order to launch both S1 and S2 on June the 26th. And it was a very well attended conference. Even the chair of the monitoring group of IFRS Foundation was there, which is a Japanese financial authority. Very well attended. Emmanuel Faber made a conference where he made reference to the unity and communication among the standard setters that is something that he thinks is essential for the quality of the final standards to be released. And they especially asked for everyone to help them to define the agenda for the next 2 years, presenting the 4 topics that they are targeting to work for the following years. But I think that it was very good. It raised the interest about the IESBA code in Brazil. I was asked to repeat the presentation about IESBA in Portuguese this time for some institutions, and they want to be aware even about the possibility of non-accountant professionals be using the code in the future. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Vanya. This is all very good news. Let me tell you that I had a very good feedback from the Crescer IESBA representation and participation, and it was not from people from Brazil. So thank you for that, and congratulations for that. This is all good news. This shows the importance of each one of us around this table be an ambassador of the IESBA in your countries and to the organizations to which you can reach out. I think it's working, and let's keep it like this. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming from Frankfurt here, and be ready for these very good discussions. So with this, can we move to the next important topic, which is the topic item 4 in the agenda? And before I give the floor to Christelle, let me just make 1 or 2 comments, not on the project, of course, this is not the time, but just to raise the attention for the importance of this project, of course, and the importance that this task force is covering the whole sustainability information spectrum. It would be extremely restrictive if we would not cover the reporting side. Begonia made a comment in that respect yesterday, and it's something that I think it's absolutely clear for this board, but I think we have to keep on making it clear to others, because for any reason, assurance is very much at the center of the attention, but many stakeholders, namely regulators and policymakers, are forgetting that this is really as important as assurance, if not more, because it's where all the problems start. I'd like also to remind or recall the discussion, the wonderful discussion that we had on this item in Abu Dhabi. Very unexpectedly, I would say, because at least on my side, I was not expecting such a substantial strategical discussion around what we should do with respect to sustainability reporting. But I hope that you all recall what we discussed there, the decisions that were made there, and that helped the work stream, I would say, follow up on these discussions and considerations to present us with the work that they are going to present. So nothing more at this stage on my side. Christelle, thank you very much for leading the work stream. Jeff and Laura, thank you very much for the wonderful work that you have been doing, and the floor is yours.
Okay, just to introduce the structure of our journey today and tomorrow. We are going to go, where do I have to point? Yeah, no, yes, that's it. Objectives, if possible today, would be to cover the sustainability assurance issues. So the question of the scoping, and also the first drafts that we have elaborated that help illustrate the consequence of the scoping we will present you. The second subject that we want to discuss with you is, of course, the sustainability reporting. So the scope of what we propose, and also the consequence in terms of draft revisions on some key sections. And the last part of our journey would be to finalize, if possible, some terms and definitions. So that would help to close some debates and help us for the rest of the drafting, and also to discuss with you some additional scoping that we have topics that we want to make clear are not part of the project, but we'll come to that tomorrow. Before leaving the floor to Laura and Jeff on this issue of the scoping of the ethics standard for sustainability assurance, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Workstream 2 board members, Rich, Vanya, and Sungnam, technical advisors, which are Kristen, Bruno, and Claude, and of course, Laura and Jeff, for the huge work they have been doing to reach the proposition we are articulating today. We had intense discussions in Lisbon to get to what I qualify as a balanced and on-purpose solution. And I hope that, at least for the sake of the timetable of our project, you will validate it. But I'm looking forward anyhow on your wise inputs to make it stronger if necessary. So I leave the floor to Laura.
Thank you, Christelle. Okay, so as we've heard many times today and yesterday and in the last few months, The objective of this project is to develop ethics standards that are equivalent to those standards that apply to audits of financial statements. So this means that the starting point for workstream 2 was the extant code, and more specifically parts 1 and 3 of the extant code, which set ethics standards for auditors of financial statements. But the first thing, when we are looking to draft equivalent standards and equivalent parts 1 and 3, we look at the IESBA code, and we see that it is focused on one profession, so professional accountants that can perform multiple services and activities for their clients. However, under the sustainability project and under which the IESBA has committed to issue profession agnostic standards, this perspective is reversed. So we're no longer focusing on one profession. We are now focusing on one service. And this service can be performed by multiple professionals coming from multiple industries and fields, etc. So this is the first question that we find when we're trying to adapt the extant provisions in parts 1 and 3. And workstream 2 has identified 3 options for consideration on how to adopt these standards. And so from the narrowest to the broadest option, we have option 1 that focuses strictly on the scope of the approved project, which is sustainability assurance, and the purpose of the project, which is to develop standards that are equivalent to those applying to audits of financial statements. And even though we've had this discussion yesterday, the slides have not been updated, and the task force will come back on Friday on this expression. But for the time being, please humor me and let's just keep calling them sustainability assurance engagements of heightened public interest. So this would be the narrowest option, option 1. On the other extreme, we have option 3, which adopts the same perspective that we have in the extant code, which is all activities and services that are provided by sustainability assurance practitioners. And somewhere in the middle, we have workstream 2 recommendation, which is basically option 1. So these sustainability assurance engagements that are equivalent to the audits of financial statements, plus other services that are provided to the same clients. And why did workstream 2 choose this option 2, this middle ground option for the scope of the assurance projects? Well, because workstream 2 thought that that option 2 seems the one that correctly balances the public interest at stake. So considering that sustainability information is disclosed by companies, and it is used by all sorts of stakeholders to assess and to compare companies' performance, and also to make investment decisions or other business decisions. And so given the level of trust that is played by the public in those disclosures, their respective assurance should follow the most stringent ethics requirements. However, adopting the highest level of ethical behavior only when providing sustainability assurance may not be enough to safeguard the stakeholder confidence and the public interest at large. And so it is important to ensure that the rest of the relationship with the sustainability assurance clients is subject to the same high ethics standards. And this is basically why option 1 seemed too narrow. And the reasoning is also that option 3 would go beyond the scope of the approved project and potentially raising questions and especially in such early stages of this profession agnostic journey as to the authority of IESBA to set standards for the entirety of the activities and services that are provided by multiple professions. And especially considering that some of those activities may not involve public interest considerations. So in the development of this recommendation and its thinking, workstream 2 is also of the view that this option 2 is aligned with the public interest framework. including the characteristics such as consistency with priorities and the scope of the sustainability project, because option 2 is still centered around the service, but recognizes that the public interest underpinning such service includes other situations. There's appropriate coherence with the extant code. And while the code applies to a certain profession and thus to all activities, services, and relationships of PAs, the scope of the sustainability project focuses on a certain service that can be provided by practitioners from different professions or industries. Option 2 is also an appropriate middle ground, focusing on the professionals performing sustainability assurance during the provision of that service and other services from the same client. It is also coherent with the scope of the independent standards that we've heard yesterday. And while it goes a little beyond that scope, that deviation is limited to what is strictly necessary from a public interest perspective. And adopting a wider scope would mean a greater deviation from the scope of the independent standards, with potentially odd consequences for the end result, considering we're talking about a part 5 that applies to sustainability assurance engagements, and that comprises ethics and independence requirements. And to finalize, option 2 also ensures an appropriate scope and relevance of the ethics standards as they adequately serve the public interest that is placed in sustainability assurance. And so maybe we can go to an example to make this more obvious. When considering drafting an equivalent to this paragraph of the code that lists examples of circumstances that might create a conflict of interest, if we look at the left, option 1 would mean considering conflicts of interest that would take place only in the course of performing sustainability assurance engagements of heightened public interest, and therefore only between those clients. And on the other extreme, on the right, option 3 would mean considering situations of conflicts of interest, which would involve all engagements that the practitioner would perform for all clients. And so in the middle, option 2 requires the practitioner to consider conflicts of interest that may arise between the sustainability assurance clients and other clients. And why? Because those other clients may have a conflicting interest with the sustainability assurance clients. And if that is not taken into consideration, then the practitioner's objectivity when performing the sustainability assurance may be affected. And if we look at the drafting, and if we look at this last bullet on the screen, it refers to representing clients in the same matter who are in a legal dispute with each other. So that is the drafting under option 2, which is the option that Workstream 2 chose when preparing the drafts of new part 5. If we look at that bullet and thought about what it would look like under option 1, that bullet would say representing 2 sustainability assurance clients in the same matter who are in a legal dispute with each other. This seems unduly narrow because representing a different client, which means to whom the practitioner does not provide sustainability assurance, who is in a legal dispute with one of the practitioner's sustainability assurance clients, could have a negative impact on the credibility and the public trust that is placed on sustainability assurance. And under option 3, that same example would say basically what the extant code says today, which is representing 2 clients in the same matter who are in a legal dispute with each other. However, this seems unduly wide, as those clients or the matters that they are in a legal dispute about could have no relevance in terms of sustainability assurance, and therefore no impact for the public interest, no relevance for the public interest. So the example on the screen is option 2, a conflict between a sustainability assurance client and another client. So this is basically the rationale and the explanation for Workstream 2 to recommend option 2. However, workstream 2 recognizes that applying high ethics standards in situations that transcend option 2 is also important, because we have two situations there. If the sustainability assurance practitioner is a PA, then the rest of the code comes to play. And workstream 2 is proposing to include in the introductory paragraphs of part 5 an explicit reminder to PAs that parts 1 to 4b of the code continue to apply in all situations that are not covered by part 5. And for those practitioners who are not PAs, the proposal is to have wording again in the introductory paragraphs of part 5, encouraging them to adopt high standards of ethical behavior in all situations that are not covered by part 5. Again, this is because those other aspects of the conduct of the practitioner may contribute or impair the credibility and the public trust that is placed in sustainability assurance. So when workstream 2 drafted that encouragement for non-PAs, it made sure to include some examples of situations not covered by part 5, but where high ethical behavior is also important. And these examples make reference also to the relationship with between the practitioner and other clients, and also with a firm. And we have some examples, for instance, pressure from colleagues to breach the fundamental principles, or suspected suspected non-compliance with laws and regulations by the management of the firm. We have here basically an explanation of the summary of workstream 2 recommendations. This is applying to the ethics standards again, so it's not covering independence, but only focusing on the ethics standards. We have a new part 5 that will apply to all practitioners, PAs and non-PAs, and that will cover those sustainability assurance engagements of heightened public interest that are equivalent to the audits of financial statements, as well as other engagements for the same clients, and an introductory paragraph in part 5 encouraging non-PAs to use the same ethics standards in all situations that are scoped out of part 5. And when would we go back to the extant code, so parts 1, 2, and 3 of the code, for PAs only, because if they're non-PAs, then the extant code does not apply, but for PAs only, and it would apply for other sustainability assurance engagements that are not of heightened public interest in their relationship with other clients, and also for the details of the relationship with the firm, which is basically part 2. So this is the same information, but in a diagram format. Let me also briefly tell you about the feedback that we received from the National Standard Setters meeting last week. The participants were supportive of this option 2. We, of course, received some requests for clarification regarding how part 5 would work in terms of fundamental principles and conceptual framework. Would it be the same? Would it be different? So since part 5 is built on equivalent parts 1 and 3 for the ethics standards, it's the same fundamental principles, it's the same conceptual framework. The requirements are meant to be the same to avoid interpretation issues, especially from the PA perspective, who will be applying part 5 and also the extant code for whatever is not scoped in part 5. And as mentioned earlier by workstream 1, there were also some questions regarding what is the difference between of heightened public interest and the concept of PIEs. Maybe we could look at the drafting proposed by workstream 2 regarding this issue of the scope. So the equivalent, let me just briefly say, this is 100.2. But for the sake of clarity, we're using the same numbering that as the extant code to make it clear that which paragraph is being equivalent to which. But of course, in the definitive numbering of part 5, we will not use 100.2. We will use a different numbering to be discussed and decided together with workstream 1. So this equivalent of 100.2 would define the scope of part 5, basically. And we have in letter A, the scope of the ethics standards. So sustainability assurance engagements of heightened public interest, or however we will call it, and other engagements performed by these practitioners for the same clients. And in letter B, we would have the scope of the independent standards for sustainability assurance engagements of heightened public interest in accordance with the criteria set out in paragraph X. So this is something this is a draft that was prepared by workstream 2, but since it's going to be the introduction of part 5, it will be necessary to collaborate with workstream 1 to prepare a joint draft of these introductory paragraphs, especially when it covers the scope of the independent standards. And so that is a matter for future coordination and ongoing coordination. So this paragraph would define what is scoped in part 5. The following paragraph would define what is scoped out part 5, and sorry, the following paragraph would define what is applicable to what is scoped out of part 5. And as I mentioned, we have in letter A, if the practitioner is a PA, then parts 1 to 4B of the code continue to apply. And if the practitioner is not a PA, then there's that encouragement to adopt the same high standards as in part 5. In all situations not covered by part 5, including when facing conflicts of interest when performing engagements for other clients, when they're facing pressure from colleagues to breach the fundamental principles, or when there is suspected fraud or no clear by the management of the firm, and why it is important to adopt the same high standards as in part 5. These examples were pulled from notably part 2, we'll discuss that later. But I would pause here maybe to ask the board if they are their initial views regarding the recommended scope for part 2, for option 2, I'm sorry. And this would be initial views, since we are going afterwards into a little more detail into what is part 2, option 2 in action.
Thanks, Laura. I just want to add a couple of things, and thanks for the explanation. Just to give a little bit more context, when we were in Lisbon, the workstream 2 worked really hard on the scoping part of what we're doing, because that conceptually is quite a challenging piece to work through. And no doubt, as Laura explained, as you read the issues paper, you would notice that conceptually is quite challenging. So workstream 2 spent quite a bit of time thinking through that. And we started off really, I think workstream 2 we started off with the most narrow interpretation. You're really just focusing on the sustainability assurance engagement. But very quickly, as we walk through some of the provisions in part 3, we recognize that it really did not work and could not work, because if you just focus on the engagement itself, when you're looking for things like conflicts of interest, there's nothing else to look at. There's very few things that you can really address in that sense. And the conclusion really is not really in the public interest, because when we are looking at trying to protect public trust and public interest in sustainability assurance engagements, as a, in terms of public, I guess, confidence in this body of work, you can't just focus so narrowly on the engagement itself. So when you think about what the workstream 2 has landed, essentially is we have landed on, in terms of the relationship with the sustainability assurance clients. You know, the engagements that we do with the practitioner has with this client is about the relationship with this client. So we moved away from the very narrow about just the sustainability assurance engagement itself to the relationship with the sustainability assurance client. So it's a bit broader, but we have not gone as broad as every client that this practitioner has. So that's the middle approach, or somewhere sort of along that spectrum, in sort of more in the middle of that spectrum. The other thing I would just add is, and we've heard this morning from Workstream One's presentation, the use of the word engagement, and we use it here. So we will discuss that a bit later, but for now, you know, we use that term as in terms of, as you might understand in part in the Extenco as professional service or professional activity. So with that, Gabriela and Christelle, did you want to add anything? Okay, Gabriela, we'll pass it to you to take questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Jeff, Christelle and Laura. I think that we have here already good material for discussion, and we already have some requests for questions or interventions, and I'll start with Hector.
Thank you very much. It makes a lot of sense with your suggestion. My only question is that if we think that the current code applies ethical expectations on PAs on whatever they do, and in terms of public interest, when you interact with a PA, you expect for them to be ethical all the time. When we get to the professionals that will provide sustainability assurance, you will be interacting with them. I guess the stakeholders would not know if they are or they are not following ethical considerations in some of the engagements that they will be interacting with them, or the work that they will receive coming from the same guy that is supposed to be doing some work covered by the code and some work not covered by the code. Is there any way, maybe it's not for us to do it and not the code, the instrument to do that, that we could signal to the stakeholders whether the work has been done following the code and the ethical considerations in the code or not? And just in terms of the stakeholders know whether the work has been done at this level or not.
So part of the answer to your question is the extant code is now addressing ethical requirements for a profession. And you will see in the introduction of this extant code that there is a sort of solidarity in reputation in protecting the credibility of a profession. We don't have a profession of sustainability assurance practitioners, so this was a barrier. Then in a lot of circumstances, the PA is a regulated profession. So in terms of enforcement, in terms of proportionate approach to the whole business credibility, this is well established and stable. If we just transpose this for the non-PA world, won't work at start. It's very difficult to convince that it is a proportionate answer. So our scoping proposition is saying, well, the relationship with the customer is not enough if it's narrowed to sustainability assurance. So we extend it a little bit. And by the way, we have a project that has been scoped for heightened public interest situation, but we recommend, and we might well say strongly recommend, that they use the same ethic same ethics for doing all their business. Because there is, and this is what Laura expressed, because there is an impact directly if they misbehave in some other business, it might impair their credibility as an assurance provider. But it also impairs the credibility potentially of the sustainability assurance engagements in general. So this is why we went a little bit further. But getting to the step where you would embark all their activities, given the specific situation where we see the non-PA market right now, seemed very, the bar was too far.
I completely agree with that. I just wanted to know if there's any way to signal the stakeholders that they are in the Far West when they are in the Far West, in terms that they fall in the space where there are no ethical requirements, so that they know that they are dealing with this entity, maybe accountability, but they are dealing with accountability in a space where they are not bound by the ethical requirements of Part 5, and so that they know that they're not protected in a way by what we are offering in Part 5. That's the point. It's not about whether the scope is not correct or not. I mean, I just want stakeholders to know that the code is not being applied to this product or this service that they are receiving. Maybe it's not for us to do it. I started from there because maybe we are not able to.
I think no, I certainly understand what you're saying, Hector, and where you're coming from. It is important that we're doing this not just for the practitioners, but really for stakeholders and for the public. So your question is, well, how would we inform the public in terms of the scope of our standards? And I guess, my immediate thoughts would be, we do need to do a lot of education. We need to really promote our code with different communities, the investors communities, those chartered governance and management, those other communities, to really let them understand the scope of our code wherever we land. Obviously we're still discussing, but wherever we land, so they understand. But don't forget, we also want to use the code whether it talks about them or not, or applies to them in a technical sense or not. One of the things that this board will be doing is to make sure that even if it's not covered they're not covered in a sense, we will strongly encourage these practitioners to follow something like the code. And this will be a very strong message that we will communicate to all our stakeholders, to the public, that this code, anyone can pick it up and use it. Now, it might not technically have the names on it, but you can still use it. And that's something that we've been talking about, even later on when we talk about the reporting side, is that, this code is useful. It's a robust set of ethics standards, and therefore the message is that anyone can and should use it. But it's to my mind, it's a lot of messaging and stakeholders outreach that we have to do.
If I may add something, I think when the practitioner or when the user of the assurance is not in the Far West, especially when, for example, the practitioner is following the IEESB standards. The IEESB standards will include a requirement to apply ethical requirements that are in the code, or at least as stringent or as demanding as. So at least for that part, they will know that the code is being applied. I think for the rest, I think it's a matter of, like Jeff was saying, convincing practitioners that this is a good code. And I think as maybe as a marketing tool, they will be saying that we have followed the code when providing this service. But I don't know, maybe Workstream 2 can consider, or the task force can consider including in the code, something encouraging the practitioner to state whether or not it has applied the code for the service that they are providing. I think that's something that maybe we can discuss at the task force level. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Hector, do you still want? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation and further reflections upon this question. Ken, I think that you want to say something with respect to this. Okay, Mark, oh, we have others, but Mark, yes, okay.
Thank you. So I think in terms of the overall proposition, I'm very comfortable and supportive of where the work stream has landed in terms of the scope of what you're proposing to do. I suppose that the one question, and it may be something that we have to think about how we deal with our stakeholders, is that the text that you've got for the introductory paragraph, so 100.2a, there's a route in there that's sort of encouraging the non-PAs to follow the high standards of ethical behaviour in the code. That encouragement doesn't really ever allow the code to be used as an enforcement mechanism. And of course, we accept the fact that at the moment the code is an enforcement tool for the PA community. Would we want it to be an equivalent enforcement tool against non-PAs if regulators chose to do so? And is that something that perhaps we'd want to sort of specifically ask about? Because I think the overall scope is absolutely a reasonable proposition. So I'm very supportive of it. But I just think the encouragement is perhaps a little weak compared to, you know, the sort of wider equivalent approach. And is that something that we can perhaps think further about? Thank you.
Just to make sure I understood your recommendation, you say that maybe the encouragement should not be there, but somewhere else, so that the regulator feels better at ease to enforce, or you would put it instead of an encouragement in a stronger word?
I think I would question whether it should be a stronger word, because just as an encouragement, I think it would be easy for someone to say, well, I looked at the encouragement but decided not to, and then you've got no teeth in your enforcement mechanism if we want the code to have the flexibility to be used in that way.
Okay, thank you, Laura.
Yes, so thank you, Mark. I understand your comments, but I would also add that the whole code is an encouragement, really. and I think we can look at the word encouragement and how we are framing it, but I don't think having an encouragement, or whatever we call it, would deter regulators from applying the codes outside of its intended scope or immediate scope. But yeah, I think that that's something that the work stream can also consider. Thank you.
I think just on that, Mark, and we can certainly look at the wording and really make a reference to the rest of the code rather than just saying high standards of ethical behavior, but really reference them to the code and ask them to follow the code or something of equivalent standards. But workstream 2 can look at that. But can you kind of jump in?
Yeah, I was going to come in, maybe going back to Hector's point about the signal or the messaging to stakeholders, which I took it was your question, or rather the point you wanted to put on the table, as to whether the board would find it in the public interest to have the entity, presumably, or the firm, signal to stakeholders in the market at large that they have followed, in this case a firm, they followed those precise ethics provisions of the IESBA code. And maybe, Hector, maybe that is more a question to you as to whether you thought it should be disclosure about the specific sections of the code that would have applied in the particular circumstances, or whether it would be just disclosure of the fact that the practitioner has followed the ethics and independence provisions of the IESBA code, because if that's the latter, that's already covered, I would argue. And in fact, it was raised during our discussion yesterday that already as part of the assurance standard, the assurance provider will be required to disclose which ethics and independence requirements they followed. So in other words, it would go something along the lines of we are independent in accordance with the provisions of the IESBA Code of Ethics, et cetera, et cetera. That already is done for assurance providers as part of their assurance report. But if it is about for the non-PAs to disclose the specific scoping issue that, as you have explained it very clearly, Christelle, is quite a nuanced issue, if I can put it that way. It's not necessarily straightforward in terms of understanding what exactly we are, or how, however we're scoping it. That is a bit of a different matter.
Sorry if I wasn't clear. In my head, I'm worried that people will have an expectation of ethical behavior for sustainability assurance providers as they have with PAs, even when they're not providing a specific sustainability assurance service under that type of engagement. And if they're on another line of business that they behave unethically, people will be surprised because they will assume that they are following ethical standards. And it's like, I do it in the morning, but not in the afternoon. And my concern was that maybe we should make sure that they signal either when they are doing it or when they are not doing it, but that the stakeholders have a way to know if they could rely that they follow the code or not for the specific product that they are receiving. And it's sort of if the product comes with a guarantee or not. This has a 6 months guarantee or not, because you as a stakeholder that is using the service may not know the specifics of the code, and because with the profession, in the case of a PA, you already have it. But with a guy providing measurements of scope 3, you don't know if you have it or not. And if we could require, for example, non-practitioners following the code to say that they're following the code, as you were mentioning, and the ethical, then those that don't follow it will not have it in the report, and stakeholders will know that they don't have the guarantee of ethical behavior. I don't know if I was clear.
No, I think your point is clear. Well, it's clear right now anyway, as you've explained it, Hector. I'd probably argue that this is going into the area of governance for the firms or the non-PAs, as to whether they ought to make disclosures to which ethics standards they follow, or indeed if there are any ethics standards they follow. It is a comment, in fact, that did come through on the roundtables. It was mentioned in one or two of the roundtable discussions, in the sense that, at least on the reporting side, leaving aside the assurance, on the reporting side, there was the observation that for issuers, for capital market participants that are issuing sustainability information, they might find it to their advantage to signal to the market that in preparing the sustainability information, they have required their preparers to adhere to the code of ethics issued by IESBA. And that's a signal. That's a market signaling a tool, if you will. And what is the benefit for the issuer? Well, it is precisely to engender trust from stakeholders in their information. And by doing that, well, clearly they might benefit in many ways, not least in terms of reducing the cost of the capital, as an example, right? So that certainly could be done by companies on the reporting side. but it would come down to a matter of corporate governance, because if the board were to mandate disclosure or transparency in terms of which ethics standards have been applied, well, essentially, I think we're going down the path of imposing ethics requirements on non-PAs, and this is going into the sort of issue of profession agnostic standards, which I think we've agreed is perhaps not for this project, at least at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you, Ken and Hector. And before I give the floor to the others, let me just add that following up on what you said and seeing what Hector's problem is, the fact is that when we come to this a different space, we have a lot of problems, and one of them has to do, and I think that part of this may be solved at the jurisdictional level, when jurisdictions will decide what are the requirements for non-professional accountants to be allowed to perform these activities. For instance, the CSRD clearly sets that it's not for everybody. It's for everybody, provided that they are certified, or I think it's the word, according to a certain directive that says what are the requirements. And I suspect that sooner or later it may happen that this, among other requirements like what in the financial regulation is called a fit and proper requirements, which is you are a banker, but if you have you are sued because you don't pay your taxes or sexual harassment or whatever, you can be removed from the activity, because it is considered that if you don't have an ethical approach generally in your life, it can impact your professional approach. So is this a response to your question? No, but it's a follow-up on what Ken was saying. This is about corporate governance. This is about jurisdictional regulation, a lot of things that we don't control. What I would just add, I'll take the opportunity that I took the floor just to mention something that I think that I had already mentioned to you privately, but I think that one of the, it's not a problem, it's not an issue, it's an editorial question, but I think that slide 12, when it says that for non-PA sustainability assurance practitioners, part 1, 2, and 3 are not applicable, it makes it too rigid, the idea that it's not applicable. It can be applicable provided that there is an encouragement, or if they want voluntarily to apply it. I would be a little bit careful with putting it so clear that it's not, it's truth that it's formally, technically not applicable. But what I got from the comments at the NSS meeting was that they concluded that they are simply not subject never to these ethical requirements, while it may happen. It's not, I mean, this is correct. This is fine. This is exactly what the architecture that you are proposing sets, but I somehow tweak this not applicable with something in addition, or put it in light rose or something like that, something that does not create that idea that in that part we are in the far west, as Hector was saying. So sorry for this.
Would it answer to your say that we replace not applicable by either applicable on a voluntary basis or voluntary application recommended? Or
so I don't have a suggestion, and I don't think that we have to discuss it here. It's just sharing with you a very an instinct that I have, that looking at that it may create an idea which is too rigid with respect to where these PAs are. Or it can be that we need it to be like that to create that strong reaction and make it necessary to do something in that respect.
Because if we enter this sort of not in the code but recommendation, this will need to be made public in a way and well known, and of course easily applicable. This would be the way we draft it in the code, but also with this question of disclosure, knowing that it is a recommendation, etc. This is what we call non-authoritative material, material, for example. So we will park that into the
yeah, that is my sense, Christelle, that it would be a bit difficult to perhaps go stronger in the code in terms of the wording beyond an encouragement, but certainly outside of the code, we can be as strong as we want in terms of our encouragement or admonition. Maybe that's a better better concept.
Okay, I didn't want to disrupt the discussion. It was just a flag. Yes, Laura.
If I can add just very quickly regarding your comment as to that non-applicable. That non-applicable just wants to make clear that parts 1, 2, and 3, they are written for PAs, and so if non-PAs want to apply them, they will have the problem that they have today. So it's an entire code written for PAs and with PA specificities. But that idea of if they want to voluntarily apply what is in parts 1, 2, and 3, that would be the objective of that introductory paragraph of that encouragement. That is like the third bullet in the box with new part 5, that says if you want to apply everything else, everything that we are saying here for sustainability, assurance, if you want to apply it for other engagements, and new part 5 is the equivalent of part 1 and 3. So we can. I understand your comment. I think technically we can keep the not applicable because your idea is already in that encouragement in the third bullet of the new part 5. So if you want to apply the equivalence of what we have in the code, you can apply part 5 in everything that you do.
Maybe a way to reconcile the two views, Laura, if I might suggest, is instead of not applicable, just have C above. See third bullet point above.
Thank you. Okay, so I definitely agree with, again, with where the work stream has landed in terms of the option, independence requirements, etc. But my question is with regard to what you referred to, Jeff, as making sure that the ethical requirements are applied to the entire relationship with the sustainability assurance client and not just with regards to that particular engagement. Totally agree. But can we think of practical examples or a practical scenario where a practitioner or a service provider is performing other non-sustainability assurance engagements for the sustainability assurance client that do not impair their independence to start with? I mean, so I'm saying in theory, in principle, I definitely agree, but just to make sure that when we are putting our standards out there, that we make sure that they are relevant and we make sure that we can think of practical scenarios where they apply. Same for the issue of conflict of interest. Definitely agree. I cannot argue with that. However, can we think of practical scenarios, or perhaps we should think of practical scenarios so that we can argue for those provisions where you have two sustainability assurance clients? Because when you're providing, at least in my mind, when you're providing assurance on sustainability reporting, sustainability is basically a company looking inward and making sure that it's properly governed, it's ethical, it is socially responsible. In my mind, at this point at least, I cannot think of any situation where that might create a conflict of interest with another client. There might be plenty of examples. I'm not saying there aren't any. I'm just saying that we should be ready to argue for those provisions just to make sure that when we put them out there, they are indeed relevant and they're not just, to that we really have thought of them. That's it. Thank you.
I might start, and Christelle and Laura and the other members can jump in. Thank you for that, and that's some good points. There, in terms of examples, if you look through what we've done in the equivalent part 3, we have included some examples in that. That's based on the extent code right now. But what we are going to do is same as workstream 1. We will go through those with the reference group and ask them to include perhaps more examples, or even look at some of the existing ones that we have that are based on the current the extent code and see maybe we can change it, or this one's not really relevant. So that's something that you know, we'll go through with the reference group. And we don't intend, of course, to walk through with the board today and tomorrow. Same as workstream 1, because we're going to walk through that with the reference group. So it's not really a good use of the board's time to do that. But it's a good point that we will you know, go through some of those. The other point is, of course, you know, the sustainability assurance practitioner, they are allowed to provide other types of services. So the question is whether, when they provide those services, that, you know, that would be a breach of their independence, and which is something, of course, workstream 1 is looking at, particularly, you know, in terms of section 600 equivalent in part 5. So that's something that they would, you know, look at.
Actually, this brings me to that particular point. The only service that comes to my mind when I've been trying to think about this, is, let's say I'm providing sustainability assurance for client A, but I'm also providing bookkeeping services. But so that would not impair my independence for the sustainability assurance engagement, I think, at least. But if we're referring to non-assurance sustainability engagements, if that's what to be honest, I'm not an expert on sustainability, I'm not a subject matter expert, but in my mind, it's very difficult to, not to be impairing your independence, unless you're talking about like a completely different, like, for example, governance and climate, or I'm not sure. I think you really need to bring in experts on those very specific topics, and make sure that our provisions, in theory, I think 100% I agree with you, just to make sure that these provisions cover practical scenarios, and they're not just in there because, you know, we're just sort of bringing in from other parts of the code. That's it. Thank you.
That's something that we can certainly work with workstream 1 on to look at the independent side.
Yeah, so if I might jump in, Jeff, just in reaction to Rania's question, and I'm trying to understand the crux of your question, Rania. Is it that you're looking for examples of how these other sections within the we're not dealing with independence, right? We're dealing with the ethics part, right? So I think we have to be very clear that this discussion is not about independence, but it's about the ethics provisions in parts 1, 2, 1 and 3, right? So 1 and 3, yeah, because we're not doing the PIBs, it's in the context of assurance. So it's 1 and 3, how those other provisions would apply relative to the client relationship. So it's not other clients, but the clients you're dealing with here. And if it's about examples, one example could be in relation to NOCLAW. So if you have the client, you're performing a, let's say, non-sustainability assurance engagement for the client, and you come across, let's say, money laundering. You find that the client has actually been, knee-deep in money laundering as part of your work on the other engagement. And what I think workstream 2 is saying is that you, as the assurance practitioner, whether you're PA or non-PA, you have to respond, because that's what the code requires you to do if you come across information about NOCLAW. And that could be an example.
Wouldn't that be covered under the assurance engagement? You get my point? Isn't this part of, I mean, if you discover that the firm is engaging in corrupt practices?
No, it would not, because it would only apply within your sustainability assurance engagement if you came as well. And maybe it's a bit of a question there, but definitely as part of your performance of the sustainability assurance engagement, if you were to come across information that indicates an instance of no-claw, you have to respond.
Yeah.
Right?
If you come across that within your other activities, you should also do it.
Yeah, but I'm trying
with that
client.
client.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that if you're coming across that within your other activities, that's automatically going to reflect on your assurance engagement.
So
it's covered.
So it's included.
So it's included
Yeah.
Automatically.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like,
yes, but for example, if you are crossing such situation in another service, in another customer, it's not because you're doing sustainability assurance engagements in your portfolio that you have to go through our no-claw requirements.
Actually, now that you mentioned this, I think then again, it goes back to whether, I mean, if this is at all on the table, to rethink the provisions of Part 4A, because let me tell you this, assuming I'm conducting a financial statement audit, okay, and I come across, let's say, for example, I don't know, corrupt practices. Okay, this is covered under no-claw, but let's say, I don't know, child labor or other.
It's also covered. It's also covered.
That's also, yeah. Okay, but I mean something that is not covered in the audit. I mean
no, because you're covered about everything as a PA, as a profession.
Okay.
And give the floor to Jens. I think that he can give a.
Just coming back to the example that there is a issue in a non-sustainability assurance part of the non-PA. You shouldn't only think on a solo practitioner. You have a huge consultancy organization where there is a corruption issue in a non-assurance engagement, for example, in a country A, and you're doing the sustainability engagement with another team in country B. Under the code, you have to look at the whole structure, even if it's a network of organization. So everything is covered. And that's why it's important also to do it for the non-PA, that even there are firewalls or whatever internal prerequisites, this information, the organization has to organize that information from engagement A is also given to the responsible engagement leader in these non-financial or sustainability assurance engagement. So this type of issues we want to raise by that there is a more than just a theoretical issue, it's also an organizational burden, quality management, information sharing, etc. I think that kind of issue is important. So it's not automatically.
No, okay, definitely I agree. And actually, I mean, personally, I would actually, to a certain extent, I would second Hector's point on, I mean, of course, as an ethics board, we should be advocating for ethics and ethical practice and conduct throughout, but just cognizant of the fact that, you know, our remit is sort of scope, like for sustainability assurance. All I'm saying is, fully agree with you, but as we, I mean, put this out there just to make sure that, you know, when we say this is, we're extending the scope of our ethical requirements to this, just to make sure we know what kind of examples we are. And so I think you give excellent examples just to make sure that we have clear scenarios so that we can justify expanding the scope somewhat of our standards. And same for the conflict of interest. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I think in some parts of our drafting, we have included some examples that illustrate these situations, I think.
Okay. So thank you very much, and this stays for the task force to look at if necessary and make it more concrete and illustrate it if necessary further. Vanya, please.
Thank you, Gabriel. Just to in connection to Hector's question about is it the whole of IESBA to do so to make sure that others are using the code, or if it is informed? I think that is where it is important, though, that ambassador role that Gabriela mentioned. In Brazil, we created a body that will be in charge of incorporating sustainability into the regulators, because we will be translating the standards and offering to the regulators to endorse it. And as the regulators take part in our meetings, we are addressing the regulators all the time to show them that we will be using other professions, not only accountants. So it will be good, it will be for the public interest that the other professions are also using a code of ethics. And that comes back to our role here, is to make this code proper to be used by other professions. So if the regulators decide to require any a code of ethics, ours is ready to be used, regardless the profession of those who are preparing, just as an illustration of what we are doing. Okay.
Thank you very much, Vanya. Jens, okay. Luigi, please.
Thank you to the task force for navigating in these difficult decisions. I support the direction that they have taken. Of course, I have some comments. First of all, in the option 2, which I support, it does seems to me that, at least on the basis of my understanding, the firm is not covered, because it was not covered in the definition of sustainability assurance practitioner. And even, let's say, the definition of option 2 doesn't seem to include the firm.
We will come back to the definition of a practitioner, but it is included. Okay. So the definition of the firm is quite key into the consequences of that.
Because I was worried about relationship or services put in place by other practitioner within the firm, or even by the firm, which seems to me that need to be considered. In terms of the missing part in part 5, or let's say the recommendation issue, I agree that as long as it is possible, it should be a strong recommendation, but it should not be mandatory, because it is not in our mandate to make mandatory something, but at least, let's say, it should be a recommendation, a robust recommendation. I would not call the rest part of the code as high standard, high ethical standard. I simply would say, well, we recommend, strongly recommend the application of this part, because there could be some confusion of what are the lower part of the ethics code. And then, but maybe this is a point of the following slide, I'm not sure about that. I am little worried not to have in part 5 a correspondent part 2 applicable even to non-PAs, considering that in the preparation of the sustainability information, I think they should have or could have a significant role progressively, but even now. And so let's say, losing the first line of defense in the ecosystem of the preparation of sustainability information is something that made me a little bit nervous. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi. I think we will probably come back to that. I don't know if you want to react now to Luigi's comments.
If I may. So on that last part, on that last comment on the firm, we will go into more detail at the end of the presentation of the scope on the applicability paragraphs and why we're not proposing to have an equivalent part 2 in part 5. But regarding the preparation of the information, that would always be outside of part 5, but because it's not assurance, it's reporting. And also when we go to the scope of the reporting standards, well, we have discussed this previously in March, but it has also been discussed with a roundtable, so we'll come back again tomorrow. But what Workstream 2 is proposing now is to develop ethics standards for reporting for PAs only. So we will be doing the revisions to part 2 to expand it to cover sustainability information, but not make it profession agnostic as we are making the assurance standards.
I understand all the reason provided in the document, but I view this as, let's say, something that could be improved at least, because let's say when we have someone who is not a PA, we have a less, let's say, holistic approach and a less service for the public interest.
No, I'm not going to respond because otherwise I think we will stay here. But as far as I understand, you intend to come back to this option, to this strategic option on not to develop profession agnostic standards for non-PAs with respect to part 2. And so I think that we will have time to discuss that, but thank you for raising that because it's really a strategic question and a strategic decision to be made. And I'm not going to say anything else now. I don't know if you want to say anything else. So, okay, Luigi, keep it as an issue and a topic that to which we will come back in this discussion. Sadia, please.
This will be the last one. It'll be easy to say I actually agree with the direction, but it wasn't something that was automatic, and we had to go back and read part 3 of the code to really understand why we couldn't take that engagement. And the example that really resonated with me was the acceptance of the client and the engagement. You can't separate one from the other, and that's really where it lands on when you're looking at general principles, that you have to look at the client as a whole. But I do think that in coordination, you're going to have to explain why part 1, 2, and 3 took a different approach from part 4A in getting them to part 5. In terms of messaging, and this is the slide that actually it speaks to, where we have that bullet and it says intro in part 5 encourages non-PAs. I think we must give the working groups due. There's a lot of things that are already included in part 5, and we should rather explain it using the public interest framework on why the other issues were not prioritized currently. One of them is adoption. Adopting an entire code for non-PAs at one time is going to be something that takes considerable effort, and having it done in doses might help with adoption and operability and implementation issues. So we've prioritized high public interest items, and we've left the ones in the red for consideration in the future. I think it will help with messaging on how we've applied the principles. I will withhold comment on Luigi's last part for next round.
It's becoming promising. The next discussion. I don't see anyone else. Luigi, do you still want to? Yeah, you wanted, but okay. No other comments. So back to you, Christelle, Jeff, Laura.
Yes, I was going to ask if you were going to move to the next topic, but if that's the case, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for helping me. And then we will now break for 20 minutes. Okay, so we'll come back.
3:45.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming back. We are now reaching the last part of our today's meeting, and we will continue the discussion and the assessment of the proposals of Workstream 2 on the scope of this project. Laura.
This is not working now. Can we go to? Oh, okay, thank you. So, yeah. Okay, so we are going to look now into 4 specific issues relating to the scoping. So thank you for your initial views. We'll just go into a little more detail to see option 2 in action. And the first, so that first topic is the concept of the profession. And as you know, the first paragraphs of the code and of part 1 of the code are dedicated to the role of the accountancy profession, the responsibility to act in the public interest. And so how could we adapt these paragraphs, these introductory paragraphs, to act as introductory paragraphs of part 5? Because again, the starting point for part 5 in relation to the ethics standards are parts 1 and 3. And going back to the first part of my presentation, we have the extant code focusing on one profession and the sustainability project focusing on one service. And so going back to the 3 options, we have even though there's 3 options, there are basically 2 alternatives. And so option 1 and option 2, the first alternative would be to shift the focus from the profession to the service, which is in line with the scope of the sustainability project. And option 3 would be to keep the framing of the extant code and focusing on the professionals that are providing the service. So the issue with this alternative, with option 3, is, as you can see on the slide, it's too broad. There may not be public interest in every activity that is performed by a sustainability assurance practitioner, other than sustainability assurance, of course, and also that not all practitioners belong to a profession stricto sensu. So one thing that we have to take into consideration in this topic is that the accountancy profession is an organized profession with professional bodies that are set up by local regulations and with accreditation and certification systems set up at a national level. However, the people that are providing sustainability assurance, they who are not professional accountants may not belong to a professional with equivalent characteristics. And this is a particular challenge to bear in mind when adapting the code for sustainability assurance. And this is not only an issue for the adoption of the code, but also for the implementability and the enforceability of the code for those non-PAs. So under workstream recommendation is the first alternative to adapt those introductory paragraphs to apply to the service instead of the professions. And so this would be the proposed drafting. Again, this is a drafting that was prepared by Workstream 2, but of course, since it's an introduction of part 5, it needs to be reviewed in collaboration with Workstream 1 because it covers both ethics and independence. And I would take the opportunity to address here one of Andy's advanced comments. Andy had a concern that we were replacing the reference to professional accountants with simply practitioners or sustainability assurance practitioners, but practitioners without adding a professional in front of that term. So we would be replacing a term that has professional and therefore the idea of training, of qualification, certain expertise, skill set, etc., with practitioner, which does not entail that all those ideas. And so the underlying concern is someone with no skills can enter this sustainability assurance space. They can perform sustainability assurance. They can claim compliance with the codes and somehow be legitimized that way. The task force had the opportunity to discuss this yesterday evening, and we considered the possibility of altering the term used, practitioner, but we consider that the definition of professional accountant in the code, the excellent definition, it does not make reference to any competence or training or qualifications. It's simply someone who is a member of an IFAC member body. And in practice, IFAC member bodies, they set up the certification systems for PAs at local level. And also if you look at the CSRD, this directive, it mandates member states to set up the accreditation systems for the independent assurance providers. So the requirements for qualification, training, skills, expertise, etc., that would be something to be done at local level instead of in the IESBA code. On the other hand, it's also important to retain coherence with the IASB standards where possible in terms of terms and definitions. And practitioner is a term that they use, and they also don't define it referring to qualifications or certificate, expertise, training, etc. And another consideration to bear in mind is that this is the first paragraph in part 5, but once we go through part 5, and therefore the equivalent part 1, we go through the fundamental principles and we find the principle of professional competence and due care that also has this kind of considerations in mind. So one way to address this concern that the task force considered is to include some text in the introduction of part 5, perhaps after this general consideration of the public interest that underlies sustainability assurance, to set out that the expectation that the sustainability assurance practitioners have the adequate expertise and skill set and training and certification qualifications, etc., but not go into not assume that the IESBA code will certify the practitioners to perform this service. I would maybe pause here for comments regarding the okay. So again, on how option 2 applies in practice regarding the concept of the profession, if the board agrees with this approach.
Thank you very much, Laura. Comments welcome. Chana, please.
Thanks, Laura, for the presentation. I mean, in respect of what Andy is raising, I can understand his concern, but the term practitioner, I think in the auditing standards has been there for a long time. So we know it's in the market, it has worked for a long time, so I'm not too fussed about it. And in the reference group also, when we raised this, they were comfortable with practitioner, but they did mention, one member did mention the CSRD using provide and said, can we footnote it that, you know, practitioner in some jurisdictions could be term provider. Thanks.
Thank you, Chana.
Just quickly, and thanks, Chana and Laura. I think Andy's point also it's about because this is the first thing anyone who is not a professional accountant will see. And because at the moment, the accreditation programs at jurisdictions is, are very slow to not happening. So whilst a PA, there's certification programs and it's, very mature. For many of those who are non-PAs in the sustainability assurance field, what Andy's suggesting is maybe in the code we can say something about, almost like referring to, not so much referring, but links up to a fundamental principle of professional competence and due care, that you really need to have the quality, have the the skills and the knowledge to do this work. So what workstream 2, and then we discussed this very briefly at the task force last night, is, as Laura has explained, that we could perhaps add something here just to give that sense of confidence that and also understanding that when you are practicing in sustainability assurance in this field, you really do need to have the knowledge and skill sets, and not just because you're unemployed or you just look at the paper and think, oh, this would be great and I'm going to be doing that, I'm going to call myself a sustainability assurance practitioner the next day. In terms of the term itself, practitioner/provider or /professional, we'll come to that a bit later as well. Thanks, Chana.
Just to, I would support that. So I have no problem in adding some explanatory material, but it would be a real brave person who doesn't know anything to pick up what we think about 5 and is going to do it. So I'd like to see that happening in a sense, like, somebody just reading it and thinking, okay, I can do this. I think that's probably a low probability, but I can understand what Andy is saying. And so let's put that additional guidance in.
Thank you, Chana, Jeff. Any other comments on the proposed the concept of profession? No comments, so back to you, Laura.
Okay, so the fundamental principle of professional behavior is, again, another topic where this is very linked to the profession. We can see there in blue, so it's to behave in a manner consistent with the profession's responsibility to act in the public interest, to avoid any conduct that might discredit the profession, to not engage in any business that may impair the good reputation of the profession, etc. And so again, we have 2 alternatives. The first one would be to adapt these provisions to focus on the service, the sustainability assurance, and the public interest that is underpinning it. And this is workstream 2 recommendation. And the option 3 that would be in workstreams 2 opinion would be too broad, would be, again, to adapt these provisions to apply to the professions or to the industries to which sustainability assurance practitioners belong. So as we can see on the slide, the issue is that it's not only too broad, taking into account the scope of the project, but it also raises the question of whether IESBA is the appropriate body to prevent other professions discredit or disrepute. And this question is not only related to the current remit of IESBA and how that remit coexists with the remits of other international bodies that also set standards for their own professions. But again, it has relevant impacts in terms of the implementability and the enforceability of the standards, because who could do that? In terms of examples, this is an extract of the drafts prepared by Workstream 2 regarding the new Part 5. So we have there in R115.1c instead of having instead of avoiding any conduct that the accountant knows or should know would discredit the profession, this would be rephrased to say to avoid any conduct that the practitioner knows or should know might affect the public trust in sustainability assurance. So it's rescoping from the profession to the service. And the same with the paragraph underneath that. It's not to engage in activities or businesses that might impair the public trust that is placed in sustainability assurance. Sorry. And the same for this paragraph. Instead of, we would avoid mentioning there's repute of the profession, and we would just state that when they are the practitioners undertaking marketing or promotional activities, they should be honest and truthful and not make exaggerated claims or etc. So again, I would pause here for comments in terms of this. It is what option 2 would look like in terms of this fundamental principle of whether the board agrees with this.
Thank you, Laura. Mark?
Thank you. I think this is rather neat, actually. I have to say, I sort of almost wasn't convinced by paragraph 100, but reading 115 after it sort of made sense of where you were with 100. So it sort of reinforced it. So I do think it is quite a neat solution. I had 2 points, and that is really in respect of 115.2. I understand why you've done what you've done, but I wonder whether it would be stronger to retain within that paragraph that a sustainability assurance practitioner shall not act in a way that brings themselves into disrepute, because then it sort of puts a qualifying bar to it, and it recognizes that they don't necessarily have a profession to bring into disrepute, but it gives a yardstick. And then just in respect of 115.2A1, I don't know whether it's right to have a reference to relevant professional body because there may not be one. But I do think overall the work streams proposal is a neat one, and for me, I think works. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks, Mark, for your comments. I think the workstream 2 can think about your suggestion regarding R 115.2. In terms of A1, we chose to keep this provision because if there is a professional body, that might be useful. So it's a provision that might be useful if there is a professional body, and if there isn't, well, they can just ignore this provision.
Thank you, Laura and Mark. Laurie?
Yeah, I think this is a neat solution too. One thing struck me when I was reading 115.2.
Laurie, if you can speak into the mic.
Oh, sorry. I think this is a neat solution too. One thing that struck me looking at 115.2 small a, and this may be because I'm thinking about this being in the sustainability experience, exaggerated claims for the services offered by results anticipated or qualifications or experience. I mean, maybe just think about, given the rather heightened risk of greenwashing, we want to focus on the results issue, because that's one of, I think, the significant risks for sustainability practitioners in that space, and the whole opinion shopping issue, et cetera.
So your suggestion would be to replace or to add?
Sorry, to add.
To add.
I would add something, you can play with the language, but exaggerated claims for the services offered by results anticipated or results. I'm thinking about results promised, or we can get you there type thing. It sort of calls it out a little bit more directly, the concern.
Okay, and I understand why those should be added. I understand why, but should it also be added to the part 1? Because why, if I am in a PA profession, this is not accurate, the question of results?
Yeah, so I knew somebody would raise that. I think that's right. I'm not sure we need to deal with that right now. I think one of the issues we have is the particular group we're dealing with here really has a lot less restrictions around it and other code issues. But I think it's the right question, Christelle, as to whether we need to consider something like that. But we know, I guess, it's not that impropriety in financial reporting doesn't exist. It's that we know the greenwashing issue is significant right now in the sustainability space. And I feel like we should at least have a flag for it. And then maybe we consider, do we need to do something similar elsewhere? Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you very much, Laurie. Jeff.
Sorry, Laura, I just want to check. So this part here is in relation to sustainability assurance practitioners. So what you're suggesting then is that they might, in terms of the marketing and promotion activities, make certain claims about the results they could get them from an assurance engagement. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sadia, please.
So on the previous slide and the slide, you have to read it together, and both of them are very important from a regulatory perspective. The one on acting in the public interest and not bringing the profession into disrepute. And for a minute, I was putting my regulatory cap on, and I was wondering if are these the provisions we're going to use in future investigations, and how would this apply to professional accountants in my jurisdiction? And there are a few provisions that we normally rely upon that would now be missing. The one on 100.1, I can live on, because that phrase, acting in the public interest, is littered throughout the code and in the conceptual framework. On the one where we're changing the definition of the fundamental principle and not bringing the profession into disrepute, I would suggest, I think it's the next slide. I would suggest bringing that exact wording into the application material. So not losing touch with, if you have a professional body, then you should have that consideration still apply to you.
At least I didn't catch what you're addressing, sorry.
So from the requirement paragraph, we are deleting shall not bring the profession into disrepute. In the application material, we are talking about relevant professional bodies. And this is going to be read by non-PAs, understandably, but also PAs. And in a PA, I think you need to remind them that if you belong to a profession, you shouldn't bring the profession into disrepute. So you haven't watered down the fundamental principle for professional accountants. Thank you.
Jeff, do you want to? No. Jens, please.
I have a similar point as you and also Mark, and I would like to emphasize that even if you're not a member of the profession, you should consult with an appropriate organization or body. So perhaps in A1, encourage to consult and for the professional with a professional body. But I think the principle of consultation in a situation where you are uncertain is also relevant for non-PAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Chana, please.
Yeah, I'd like to also support what Sadia and Jens just said. I mean, we could keep remove the profession and keep shall not, bring into disrepute. And maybe on A1, we say relevant professional body or other appropriate body. I think the not bringing, profession, organization themselves into disrepute is a very key consideration when, particularly when you go to monitoring and enforcement. Thank you.
If I may, so the thinking behind removing these references to the profession and the disrepute and discredit of the profession, in respect of PAs, it was assuming that the rest of the code already applies to them. So we wouldn't be watering down in part 5 because part 1 already and would still apply to them. But maybe we need to work, we need to rethink in with the work stream, because there's a possibility that a PA will only apply part 5, and in that case, he will not refer back to part 1. But just to clarify that was the rationale behind it.
Okay, thank you very much. Ken?
Yeah, just coming back to Laura's last comment. I'm not sure there would be any circumstances in which part 1 wouldn't apply to a PA. I mean, once they are a member of the profession, they are essentially covered by the code. So even if they're just performing the sustainability assurance engagement and they're not the auditor and they're just in part 5, part 1 should still apply to them. So I don't know that they would be exempted in that sense. So I'm not sure, the point is precisely what you said earlier, that the reason why this has been crossed out, the reference to the PA not bringing the profession to distribute, is precisely because it's already covered in part 1, and I think that's still valid. And I don't think it's, I mean, maybe that can explain as part of the, the explanation outside the code, but I don't believe you need to, because everything that's in part 1 will apply anyway. So I don't know that we need to remind PAs that they have to apply part 1, part 2, part 3, or whatever. And my second point is more an editorial, perhaps, and it's on A1, where we say encourage to first of all, I absolutely agree with Jens that the principle is about consultation. It's not necessarily whether it's a relevant professional body, but perhaps to make it clear that if the practitioner actually belongs to a profession, so in other words, make it conditional that if the practitioner belongs to a profession, then there ought to be a relevant professional body. Otherwise, consult with another appropriate body, as the case might be.
Thank you, Ken. Hector, please.
Just briefly, would it make sense to make reference to their profession into disrepute? Their profession, whatever that is, and their professional relevant bodies. So if it's an engineer, it will be an engineer profession in disrepute, or lawyer, it will be the legal profession. Just an idea.
My question, in reaction to your question, Hector, is, and it's really a question, whether what we want to protect is the specific profession of the provider, engineer, biologist, whatever, scientist, or if what we want to protect along with the objective of the existing standards is it's not a profession, but activity of someone that provides sustainability. That group, which is diverse in terms of backgrounds and professions, but at the end, it's a group of people who provide a certain activity or product. And I think I would say that it's more the second than the first, also because if we go into the first, we might be overlapping with professional codes for engineers or for this or for that. But this doesn't mean that I don't see a point in having something for the others along with what we have for professional accountants.
So I think, yeah, that's basically it, Gabriela. So saying something regarding their profession would be that option 3 that the workstream to consider is too broad, because we are not setting standards for the professions and the professions as a whole to which the practitioners belong when providing or who provide sustainability assurance. We are setting ethics standards for a service, for an activity, regardless of the professions where the practitioner comes from. And so, and as Gabriela mentioned, we could be in conflict or overstepping our remits and then have a conflict with remits of other bodies, professional bodies or ethics standards bodies like the IEEE or others.
Yeah, that resonates with me a little bit, and in particular because in the sustainability reporting area, you often have pieces that are done by different providers, but the package is part of a whole, right? And so, you know, far be it from you to be tainted by somebody doing something really stupid sitting in the section in the document next to you, right? Which apart from the practice as a whole, even within the individual product, it's a problem, right? I mean, that's an unusual thing. Am I making sense?
But I think that, yes, I think that you're making sense. But yeah, I think so. I think that again, we have to go back to the fundamentals of this standard. Why is it written in the extant code that the professional accountants should make sure that they do not anything that disrepute the profession, etc. Because it's not because we are concerned about each one of them, as I mean, it's because we are concerned about the impact that has in the trusts in the product that they deliver.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that put in parallel here, the concern that we may have and that we may want to protect is the concern that sustainability assurance practitioners, as a group, are disreputed, and as such that the product that they deliver is subject to a lower trust and confidence, and etc. So it's about the concern, the objective is to protect the product, the service, and not exactly to protect the people providing the services.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting sort of point to wrestle with, because I do sort of take this point about the importance of having a criteria to be able to enforce against. But I do take the work stream's point that you can't have something that refers openly to other professions because we don't have reach over them. And I also think that doesn't work from an enforcement perspective, because you run the danger of someone saying, well, I don't belong to a profession, so therefore your requirement doesn't apply to me. So if there is a sort of benchmark, it has to be that individual does not act in a way that, you know, an objective, reasonable, informed third party or whatever would conclude that they brought themselves into disrepute, because then you're focusing on the provider. And if by analogy you want to say the provider is the individual or the firm, then you've got a sort of realistic enforcement route that is agnostic to whatever profession that individual comes from. Thank you.
And ultimately, as you said, Mark, they may not come from what we currently call a profession. This is changing. If you look at these people who are in this business of providing sustainability consulting and assurance and etc., and if you go to see their profiles, professional profiles, they come from everywhere, from statistics, geographic. Well, they have a background which is a journey which is very diverse. So focusing on the profession here, also for that reason, can be a little bit risky. Ken.
Thank you, Gabriela. And I was going to maybe take your comments, Gabriela, and maybe extend it one step further. And maybe not so much creating anything new, but if you were to flip to the previous slide, Laura, because I'm very comfortable with what's presented here and where workstream 2 has landed in effect, because the focus, if you were to read R115.1c, the focus, as you put it, Gabriel, is on the work product. It is going to the concept of public trust in sustainability assurance. And the way I would characterize it is that sustainability assurance, in effect, is the public good. So we're not talking about the profession in this sense, because as we just discussed, it's difficult for the code and for this board to say what's good or what's not good for another profession that's not an accounting profession, because that's going beyond the remit of IESBA as it stands today anyway. But if we were to think about sustainability assurance, and especially if we were talking about public trust in sustainability assurance, well, there is something to be said about not discrediting sustainability assurance by doing anything that's, if you flip to the next slide, Nora, doing anything that's, marketing, promoting, in a way that would completely destroy trust, public trust in that public good, which is sustainability assurance. And if that's the case, then, another option, instead of saying that the sustainability assurance practitioner not do anything that would bring themselves into disrepute, would be to say sustainability assurance practitioner shall not do, well, it's not drafting, but it shall not do anything that would bring sustainability assurance or the activity of providing or providing sustainability assurance services into disrepute. So in other words, putting the focus on the work product rather than the profession or the provider.
Yeah, no, Ken absolutely agrees with you. I think from memory, I think workstream 2 actually wrestle with whether to add something back like this, but we somehow decided to take that out. But I think based on the discussion that we've just heard, I think it's good to add something back there, and then it just connects really well with the paragraph before. So thanks for that.
That's great. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you all for the valuable comments. So back to you.
Sorry. So the next topic is the use of professional activity. So the terms professional activity and professional services, which are used throughout the code. We have here 3 examples taken out from parts 1 and 3. For example, that the PA must apply, so exercise sound judgment and apply professional knowledge and skill when undertaking professional activities. Threats that may be posed when undertaking a professional service, and an appropriate reviewer who is not involved in providing the service in this case. Again, when testing the 3 options and the alternatives to adapt these paragraphs, there are 3 alternatives. One would be to apply these provisions to cover sustainability assurance engagements only. The second option is we make them applicable to all engagements performed for sustainability assurance clients. So in other words, we expand the scope of these provisions to cover the full relationship with the sustainability assurance client. Or third alternative, we apply these provisions to all engagements performed for all clients. And so going back to that example regarding conflicts of interest that we saw earlier, option 3 would be too broad, and it would go beyond the scope of the project, which focuses on only one service. Option 1 would be too narrow, even though it technically corresponds to the scope of the approved project. And option 2 would be an appropriate middle ground, considering the public interest. So in this next slide, we have the same examples, but drafted to fit into part 5 under option 2. If we focus on the second example, we have the threats. So we have categories of threats that might create threats for a practitioner. when undertaking an engagement for sustainability assurance clients. So we are replacing the references to professional services or professional activities to the engagements provided, the engagements provided to sustainability assurance clients. So according to the scope that which I described earlier, not only the sustainability assurance engagement of heightened public interest, but also the rest of the engagements provided to the same clients. Professional activity and professional services are terms that are defined in the codes. And if we look at those definitions in the glossary, they are intrinsically related to the accountancy profession. And so to avoid confusion with those terms that are defined, and we will look at professional activity at a later session under workstream 2 topics. But to avoid confusion with those terms, workstream 2 is proposing not to use them in part 5 and instead use the word engagement. So this means these two terms would not be used in part 5. And I would again pause here for comments to see if the board agrees with this approach regarding option 2 in these 2 topics.
Thank you, Laura. Any comments on this proposal for the professional activity services? Mark? Okay, no comments, agreed.
I have the privilege of now walking you through the applicability paragraphs. If you have not heard of it before, I would ask, where have you been? I'm just going to spend the first few minutes just explain what it is and what we're trying to say here, because I noticed that particularly, we have some new board members, and this is a project that came through a few years ago that was part of the suite of changes that we've made under the restructuring the code project that was finalized in 2017. And the final pronouncements were issued in 2018. Ultimately, if I can just step back and we're looking at, we have, I guess, adapted into part 5, part 1, so we have a part 1 equivalent. We have a part 3 equivalent in terms of ethics behavior for PAPPs, professional accountants in public practice. And of course, we've heard from workstream 1, there's also a part 4A equivalent going to part 5 based on the option that the task force have selected. So the question remains is, what about part 2 of the code? Now, as we know, part 2 of the code relates to really professional accountants in business, PAIBs, and it's about their relationship with their organizations in terms of, for instance, conflicts of interest. Even in NOCLA, for instance, it's about if you come across NOCLA or suspected NOCLA that's committed by someone within the organization, say a management of the organization, towards chartered governance. So it's really about your relationship, largely about your relationship with your organization. Now, the board had looked at this a few years ago under the applicability project and looking at under what circumstances that part 2 would then apply to a PAPP, a professional accountant in public practice, and hence the applicability paragraphs. So in effect, as we've got there in that first I guess box there, PAPP is providing audit and assurance services in the to their clients need to comply with ethics requirements, not only in part 3 in the extant code, but also in certain situations with provisions in part 2. So essentially, that's what the applicability paragraph is about. So instead of recreating another lot of sections, and we call it whatever Part 2A, and then this is only applicable to PAPPs, we have used the applicability paragraph to say that if you are a professional accountant in a firm, let's say you've come across NOCLA for someone within the firm that's committed NOCLA or suspected NOCLA, then Part 2 would apply. Same, for instance, if another example would be, let's say you receive an inducement, you've got tickets to the Super Bowl by as potential supplier because you're sitting in the tender panel or something within the firm. Then in that instance, 250 on inducements would also apply to you as a PAPP working in a firm. So the question is, should sustainability assurance practitioners not only comply with the equivalent Part 3, but also with equivalent Part 2, just like the PAPPs that we have? That is, should ethics standards also apply to the entirety of the relationship with the firm? Now, if that happens, let's say we apply that, that means that we will have to adapt the sections in Part 2 into this new Part 5, because we can't really use an applicability paragraph. We can't tell the non-PAs to go to Part 2 of the code because that's not for them. So we would have to then develop new sections into this Part 5. That's essentially is Part 2 equivalent. And that means that we are adding, I guess, more. Now we are starting to include ethics standards about that look at the relationship, these practitioners' relationship with their employer, with their firms, and that means that it's essentially, moving even, setting it further away from the scope of independent standards or from the scope of us setting standards for sustainability assurance engagements, because now we potentially are looking at the relationship in its entirety with the employer, with the firms. And so I guess one of the things that we need to consider is also this would take a lot more time for the task force to and resources, I guess, for the work stream to add these provisions to Part 5, but also it will take equally, for the board to consider these provisions. And there, of course, there's a lot already that the board has to consider. Another point, and Sadi has raised earlier, it's about adoption. So there is already a lot that we are asking those particular who are not professional accountants to look at how they could comply with the code. So if we add this speed, that there's a lot more that they need to consider as well. So what the workstream 2 is recommending is it's again following its preference of the second option, that the middle of the ground option, is that these standards really focus first on the relationship with the sustainability assurance clients. And therefore, as a result, Part 5 should not include any equivalent Part 2 provisions. And noting, of course, that the equivalent Parts 1 and 3 already cover certain aspects of the relationship with the firm. For instance, in Section 300, it covers firm and the operational environment. And also, we would, of course, add in the introduction, as Laura has already explained, in Part 5, in terms of the encouragement for non-PAs to, in terms of complying with the rest of the code of something or equivalent. So that's something that we would look at. But in saying this, in making this recommendation, I think it's important to I suppose, to mention to the board, what Workstream 2 is not saying is that the ethical behavior of the practitioners in terms of their relationship with the firm is not important. That's not what Workstream 2 is saying. What Workstream 2 is saying that for the purpose of this particular sustainability project, I think that we should focus. We should not include part 2, but we should continue to look at this and whether this will fall into something that is a future project, or whether we're going to look at it more holistically. For instance, some of the sections that are currently in part 2 that are not in part 3, for instance, dealing with pressure. Whether we should then look at it more holistically, whether we should have a section in part 3 as well. So what Workstream is saying that these are important, but for the purposes of this project, looking into resource, looking at time, looking at how much non-PAs already have to consider and understand, we felt that it's a right decision on balance not to include part 2 sections into the new part 5. Just to round that up, when the board was discussing the applicability provisions, they did recognize that when you are dealing with the relationship with your firm, there are some instances where it does spill out into your clients, particularly in terms of, say, preparing information for clients, or pressure that you might get from a client, and in terms of section 270. And what the Workstream 2 has considered this as well. And excuse me, their view is that, irrespective, we should not add these sections into part 5 of the code. In terms of 220, is mostly dealing with, in this instance, sustainability reporting, so it's not really part of the scope. And again, in terms of pressure, of course, the encouragement that we're going to put in the introduction as well. But also when it comes to dealing with pressure, that you will notice that in a fundamental principle of integrity, we have addressed it to some extent as well in terms of standing your ground, and also in terms of dealing with misleading information. So, and in terms of that relationship with section 220 as well. So on balance, again, the work stream, whilst with these couple of exceptions, felt that it is still the right approach not to include all the sections in part 2 into the new part 5. And so I've gone through that already. Oh, sorry, Laurie. So section 220 there, presentation and preparation and presentation of information. It's largely related to sustainability reporting. So it's excluded from the scope of the project. And also 270, we would, of course, in the introduction, we would encourage them to look at the rest of the code, but also fundamental principle of integrity has covered some of that. So this is just, again, just a summary of the code that I won't go of Workstream 2's recommendation. So I won't go through that. Perhaps I'll stop here and pause here and see if the board has comments.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Laurie.
Maybe I'm not thinking about the pressure issue right, but it concerns me a little that we're only encouraging that, and I'm not stuck on one channel, which is greenwashing, but I do think that's a real risk in this space, especially given the lack of standardization of standards, but some of the public nature and reliance on the work that's taking place. And I just help me understand a little bit why we wouldn't want to be more direct in the requirement around pressure.
I think it's about adding back the rationale of the workstream 2. It's about whether we should add the different sections in part 2 into the new part 5, and I guess as I've sort of tried to explain, Workstream 2 felt that meant number one, it would essentially almost making it a whole code within a code, but also it's a scoping issues in the sense of whether, that's what I'm saying, that we're not saying this is not important. We are saying that whether this should form part of this particular project and whether it is something that we can look at later on, whether it's under sustainability assurance engagement or whether it's more broadly in terms of how we address pressure through the whole code and not just in part 2. Because there are other things as well. NOCLA, for instance, we're saying that we're also not adding that, and that you could come across, a sustainability practitioner could come across NOCLA within their own organization, and for a PA, they would have to report that through the applicability paragraph.
Yeah, I agree completely with what you're saying. I just think the pressure is a very particular issue, very direct to sustainability. So maybe just have a think about that. I mean, I think it ties to probably one of our biggest risks that we know right now. But
yeah, no, fair point.
Okay,
thank you.
I agree. Mark, please.
Thank you. So 2 points for me. One very much sort of aligned to Laurie's comment, and that is, if we're not going to have something specific around 270 within part 5, for the very good reasons that you say, I do think we need to look at a way of expanding the text in the introduction to part 5, perhaps to explicitly acknowledge the heightened risk posed by greenwashing in the context of this type of work. And although the scope of the project is sustainability assurance, we can actually put a hook in there that says there is going to be a particular pressure, perhaps on the preparation of this information, which lends the assurance of that information to particular challenges. And I think that I would feel more comfortable if there was a sort of longer articulation in your introduction to part 5 to try and take account of that. And then at least we're able to say we have a route to make this operable within part 5 of the code, but we recognize I'm not going to say heightened public interest because everyone will beat me if I say that, but of greenwashing as a public interest issue, and therefore we've sought to take account of that. So that's one comment. And I think my other comment is that I think that the work streams approach is the right one, but I sort of have a question for the work stream, and that is, if you were drafting the explanatory memorandum to go alongside your revisions to the code, would you feel comfortable articulating that the approach that you've set out still creates an equivalent regime for non-PAs? Because of course, this is particularly important from a CSRD perspective and maybe of equal importance in other regulatory regimes. Now, I think you should be able to, but I think the test is, could you write those paragraphs and actually feel comfortable in signing up to them? If you do, then I think that's a good thing and they should be in the explanatory memorandum. And if it's more problematic, then we may have a bigger question to answer. But I think broadly it's there in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Jeff?
Thank you, Matt. Just quickly, I certainly noted your point and Laurie's point on pressure, so we will take a closer look at that. So thank you so much for that. In terms of the equivalence question, I would say, I think at this point we would say that we would be able to explain, because it is about the sustainability assurance engagement, not that broad, to the whole of the activities, and I think therefore we do need to have to set the scope somewhere. But I don't have the exact words, but at this stage I have an inherent comfort, I suppose. But that's just me. But we'll certainly take that point on board, and we'll talk to workstream too.
Thanks, Jeff. Sadia.
So I won't repeat the comments I had that were similar to other board members, but I do like the idea of looking at the first part and seeing if it can be strengthened by parts that were previously in 200. On the applicability paragraph, I actually wasn't comparing this between a PA and a non-PA. I was actually thinking about a higher level, and that is, can we expect someone to require ethics of a different level than you apply to yourself? And previously to the applicability paragraphs, we used to say it's already in the code in the fundamental principles, because the fundamental principles is something that you should be acting on and living on. And I think that a way of making this clear is that guidance document we're going to be looking at. That as you are applying the code and signing up for the code, you need to subscribe to the code in the way that you do things and the way that you do business. And then you can apply those kind of principles to those that you are sure of and hold them accountable. So you can't hold someone accountable to an ethical level that you don't yourself live up to. I think that's a higher principle that needs to be. So not saying that we're not taking into account, we're just taking into account in a different way.
Thanks, Sidi.
Thank you, Luigi.
I agree the comments of everyone that commented before me. And in particular, my view is that if we believe that in part 2, there are relevant provisions that we believe are relevant and key, also in order to address certain risks that had been listed before, my view is that this part should be placed in part 5 and without making reference or say other type of approaches like introductory paragraph and so on, because they should be very clear and should be applicable for all sustainability assurance engagements, like for example the one of the pressure. So I prefer, let's say, if it is needed, cherry pick the provision of the part 2 and bring them into part 5 in order to have a complete set of requirements applicable for all sustainability assurance provider, whether or not they are PA. PA then need to also comply with the other part, but at least we have a complete section there. Another consideration, which is probably not linked to this one, but it is linked to my previous comment, I still feel that the consideration of the preparers that are not PA, it is still missed, and it is probably, at least it requires some further analysis and investigation, because I don't feel very comfortable not to have any specific provision applicable for non-PA preparing sustainability information.
Thanks, Luigi. In terms of the first point, I think the work stream 2 will look at that along with the other comments. But it is going to be a bit of a challenge to go through part 2 and just try to dig out what we might think is relevant. It's in terms of, but we'll look at that. In terms of your other point, we'll come back to that when we're looking at reporting. But I don't know if Christelle or Laura or anyone else wants to.
Yeah, if I may add regarding your first comment, Luigi, we felt it's very difficult to cherry pick sections from part 2, because part 2 relates to the relationship of the practitioner with the firm. So we can't really cherry pick. We either apply the full part 2, the equivalent part 2 in part 5, because otherwise, what would be the criteria to just import some sections instead of and leave others? So I think the decision here, and I think workstream 2 needs a decision from the board of whether we need to import part 2 or we can live without part 2, at least for the time being, and just with the encouragement, or if they're a PA, then send them back to part 2, because that really affects the scope of the work and the work of workstream 2, and it's a whole new section that we have to prepare.
If I may, Laura, I think that, yeah, and I fully understand Luigi's question and your response. I think that what we have to discuss and decide is whether it is absolutely necessary to have or not. And then we can discuss if we have the resources and the conditions to do that or not. But I think that we should start with a strategic discussion about whether we can live for now or not without this part 2 for non-professional accountants, or if it's strategic and critical to have something. And we can come to the conclusion that we need it, but we can't have it. But I think that we have to make the journey to make sure what we are speaking about, because we will have to explain whatever we decide, we will have to explain it. And so I think it's good to have that discussion here and not after. Go ahead.
And just to add and to reinforce something that Jeff mentioned, I think looking at this project and the scope of this project, it's sustainability assurance engagements. So it's especially focused on the relationship between the practitioner and the client. And so the relationship with the firm doesn't seem to be necessarily within the scope of the project. Just to add that.
I think in terms of, thank you, Laura, and just an extra point is, as Workstream 2 had looked at a very preliminary review of part 2, and as highlighted in the basis for conclusions in the applicability provisions as well, it's really pressure. Pressure is the one I guess ethics issue that really stands out. So if we were to add something, that is the one part that I think is the most relevant, and perhaps if we would call that necessary, I would say that would be the one part that perhaps we need to more carefully consider whether we need to add something on pressure.
But if I may add, I think we would single out that section 270 on pressure, because as Jeff was saying, on the basis for conclusions of that project, it is mentioned that these 2 sections are the ones that would also relate to the relationship with the client. And so 220 would not be applicable because it's reporting, not assurance. And so the question is 270.
Okay, thank you for scoping it that way. Rich, please.
Yeah. Look, my view is we would love to be, I think, to think that anybody who prepares anything that's then going to be subject to assurance or audit would follow an ethical code. But strategically, as I look at this, and so I understand the points, in fact, but what I think strategically as I looked at this, we were giving a task from the FSB and IESBA to deal with ethics and independence standards as it relates to sustainability assurance. And unfortunately, that didn't extend to the reporting side per se. And I do think that we have talked, at least I thought we were headed down a path that we were going to then move forward with that eventually, but not as part of the first phase here of getting these exposure draft out. The points, whether we need to have certain points as the task force has outlined, I agree. There are certain things in 200 that have to be addressed, part 2 that have to be addressed, and maybe pressure should be added to that. But I think we're trying to, I think strategically, it made more sense to try to tackle the tasks we were assigned first than move on to the second piece, is how I've thought about it anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Felicia?
Thank you, Chair. Without repeating what my colleagues have just mentioned, I also had the same concerns with Luigi, like the ones of Luigi, but after listening and also looking at the fact that the scope does not give us a leeway to go and look at preparation and presentation, I think we should just leave it out and concentrate on what the scope is, which is the work stream 2 and work stream 1, which is looking at assurance, sustainability assurance engagements, not the other way around. I think given what we've discussed, it's better that we stick to the scope, and should circumstances change in future that we need to look at going back to the part 2, then we make it another work stream that we can look at it. We can look at critically, but not mixing the scopes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, China.
I have some sympathy for what Luigi is saying. And I mean, if we have to add 270, then I think we should add it rather than covering it in introductory paragraphs. On the broader issue of section 2, I sort of understand Richard's point as well, because we have been given a task in a short time frame. And if we had more time, then we could address 2. Then I sort of start thinking about it practically. Practically, the initial phase will be focused on the big entities. And the big entities are probably the higher proportion would have professional accountants as those who are preparing the information. I mean, not all, but the vast majority will be qualified accountants. So I'm comfortable that it could be done in a phase 2, and sort of is not critical at this point. But I could change my mind, but I'm sort of thinking that it's probably, I'm being a bit pragmatic on what can we do in the next couple of months.
Okay, thank you for that comment, Chana. Ken.
Thank you, Gabriel. And maybe I can try to help, because to my mind, the test that the board needs to answer is whether, when all is said and done, and we have the final very shiny set of standards, whether we call it profession agnostic or not, maybe it's besides the point, but it's it's hot off the press, and we stand behind this set of standards, and we raise our hands, all people, or everybody around the table, and we say, we believe this set of standards is of high quality, it is credible, and we believe this is a gold standard. And would the board be able to stand behind that shiny set of standards without the section on pressure? And to me, the test is whether anything that's in part 2 is relevant to the assurance engagement. In other words, do we have provisions in part 2 that support the credibility, the trustworthiness of the assurance work that would have been done, and importantly, the behavior of the assurance practitioner in carrying out the assurance engagement. If the board is not able to answer this question, then clearly I would have doubts as to whether it would be right or correct to leave out the section on pressure. But maybe it's a task that workstream 2 should have, that should take on, which is to go through individual sections in part 2 and really, again, run this test. Does this section have any relevance to the assurance engagement? And if you were to take this section that deals with preparation and presentation information, to my mind, it's not relevant, because this is not about preparation or reporting information, it's about assurance. So that is not relevant. But the section of pressure clearly is very relevant, because Mark has raised the issue of greenwashing, which to my mind can happen any moment throughout the engagement. And then, deal with conflicts of interest, deal with inducements, no claw, etc., and just really run that test. and see whether it is relevant. Because if it is relevant, then to my mind, it would be hard to argue not to include it in that sort of complete set of provisions.
Thanks, Ken. I guess just going back to Richard's point, we do also, as we go through that exercise, I think we also need to bear in mind the time that we have, and I guess relevant and necessary. And then the next point is relevant, necessary, but necessary when this part of the project or a future project. So that's something that Workstream 2 would, I guess, need to consider as well.
Yeah, I'm just well, I guess I'm struggling a bit about the argument about time, whether we have time, because we are putting the resources behind it. And to my mind, we're not creating anything new, right? What is applicable to PAs, we are saying should be applicable to non-PAs. So, and we do have the resources available to do it.
Yes, Chan.
Just based on what Ken said, I think then we should put pressure in.
We should put pressure on Workstream 2, did you mean?
That was my first understanding. Then I understood that it was not what you were saying. I was a bit surprised.
Be sure we all feel the pressure.
Okay. Thank you. Begonia, please.
Thank you. Well, I want to insist about something I said yesterday. I think the discussion has been really very rich, very illuminating about the different angles about the problem. It's true that reporting goes before assurance, but at the same time, is assurance what gives the credibility to the information. So, well, if everything cannot be done in the few time that you have, but focusing on assurance makes a lot of sense in my view, in the PISB view. But I think that having in part 5, in the new part 5, which is also for non-public accountants, having a sort of big warning about greenwashing, because at the end, this is what you aim to do, to avoid greenwashing, and those that can really avoid that is not only the preparers, is the assurers. So it's in their hands to try to avoid that problem, and in case it happens, to make it evident. So yeah, I think you are following a reasonable approach. Maybe the future allows something else, but for the time being, I think from our point of view makes sense, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Begonia. If I might, I know that you should have finished already, but we can't avoid these discussions, which are absolutely critical. Also having in mind that Workstream asked us for decisions, and we have to have that on mind. So first, on the side of reporting, I think that tomorrow this will become clear, but we are not leaving reporting, sustainability reporting, completely out of this project. Things are being done and will be presented. The difference is that these amendments, these proposals are not in part 5. So it's a different approach. They don't make part of this approach of option B, a separated thing within the code. It's more the integrated approach applied to reporting, but I think that the work stream tomorrow will explain it well, just to warn everybody that it's not being left out. Secondly, on this very interesting discussion, I think that I can conclude from what I heard that there is more or less an agreement, or there would be a preference that we would include something of part 2, and namely pressure, in this new part 5. I was sensitive to Laurie's skin reaction when Laurie understood that we were leaving pressure out. And this matters because Laurie's reaction and then the others' comments on the importance of pressure on greenwashing, I think is something that we have to have in mind. And greenwashing is the main problem that we are here dealing with, and greenwashing happens when pressure happens. Well, there can be other reasons, but pressure like Laurie was saying, well, is probably, or is going to be probably one of the most relevant root causes of greenwashing. So I think that I can conclude upon a preference from the board that we would include section 217. And this is discussion that I wanted to have, because then we will see, we cannot have everything that we wanted to and that we would like to. This preference seems clear now. I think that what the work stream will have to see is how possible it is to have this or not. If possible, great. I think that this is the approach of the board. If not possible because of time constraints or resource constraints, then I think that you'll have to find a way of saving our skin when we will tell people that we will not have pressure in it, and it's whether it's reinforcing the initial draft of part 5 or whatever. But I think that we had to have clear what is for this board important, and then let's do what we can do and not do what we can't do. Separate things. One thing is what we want, another thing is what we can do.
No pressure.
Okay, well, we are, Jeff, yes, please.
No, I was just going to say thank you for everyone's comments. We will take those on board, and we do have a discussion tonight. So definitely no pressure, and we will do our best to incorporate, and we will incorporate the board's feedback, of course. But I think we will finish here, and we'll pick up the rest of the discussions tomorrow.
Yes, please, Jeff, because I had a request to finish at 4:45. It's 5:06, because we still have to address the group, the reference group composition, and make a decision on that today. So I would immediately give the floor, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
We will finish this discussion tomorrow. Now speak about the reference group. Thank you very much.
And Gabriel, we will do that in the executive session, because this is about the discussion of the selection of the members. So we will go into executive session now as two. So if you don't mind disconnecting the public observers, and I don't know if there's any public, maybe 1 or 2 public observers. So if you would kindly leave the room, and then the board can move into the executive session.